Welcome back to the channel, everyone. I'm back in North Carolina in my parents' home. I have acquired my purple Snuggie, and nothing can stop me now. So, I'm starting a new type of video. I plan to repeat this kind of video across several major tournaments, but this will be the first one, and I am looking forward to hearing your reactions to it because I think it's pretty interesting. I want to do a deep dive into every single argument that was read at the most recent tournament, which was Blake on the China topic. This was the first tournament on the China topic, and oh boy, do we have some things to talk about. Now, I've already recorded actually part of this video with my sister, who was a PF debater who qualified to the TOC. But we sort of spent a little bit too much time. I'm sorry to Basis Peoria, LA. I think we spent like 2 hours just talking about your cases. So we intended originally to make the distribution of time more equitable to everyone. And we sort of failed in that, but I'm still going to attach that part, maybe an abbreviated, edited down version of that to the end of this video, because I do think it's still useful and a lot of other people are reading similar cases. So, the motivation for this. Number one, I've noticed a trend in public forum recently where, especially at the very beginning of a topic, especially if that topic starts with a round robin, as this one did, a lot of people tend to just copy each other's cases. We've already seen that at Blake, where a lot of the teams that were in the prelims pool at Blake copied literally either evidence or full contentions from the round robin teams who went before them. Maybe some of these were in a prep group together. Maybe some of them were just like sort of sharing beforehand. But I suspect that a lot of them were just waiting for the round robin teams to disclose so that they could steal their material. I think this is quite bad for a lot of different reasons. I think that it sort of makes debate less fun. I think that you should be creative. You should come up with your own material. But I also think that it is important to point out when you should not be copying from other teams because their arguments are bad, or there's something about their arguments that is weak or imperfect, or a misunderstanding of how the world or the topic or the literature actually works. So that's what I'm here to do today. I'm going to be talking about a general survey of all of the arguments that we heard, starting with, I think, a few fundamental things that we have to get out of the way. Number one, supply and demand. In basic economics, supply is the amount of product that is being sold. The demand is the amount that people want to buy that product. So generally, if the supply for a product decreases, so for example, if China sells less minerals or something because it's extracting less of them, then the demand for that will usually stay fairly constant, and therefore the price will rise. The same amount of people are willing to pay for it, and there's less of it. There's some scarcity of it, so the price rises. This is especially true. We could talk about elasticity, but this is especially true with goods that are called inelastic goods. So, inelastic goods are goods where the demand does not substantially decrease if the price substantially rises. An example of this is something like medicine or food, which are things that everyone needs. So, if the price of medicine skyrockets, the demand for that medicine will usually not plummet. And the reason why is because, especially if it's a life-saving medicine, people need to buy it no matter what. So they're going to be willing to spend exorbitantly high amounts of money on that. So this is how we get things like pharmaceutical monopolies, for example, where if they price out all of the rest of the competition and there's no price competition in the market, meaning that they will be the sole sellers of the product. So if you don't buy it from them, you can't buy it from anyone else. Then they will charge extremely high prices for pharmaceuticals, knowing that they have inelastic demand. The demand for minerals and a lot of natural resources is probably somewhat more elastic, meaning that increasing the price of something probably will decrease the amount of people buying it. But if the supply decreases and the demand stays relatively constant, even if it also decreases slightly after the price rises, generally the price will still rise. And the reason for this is because just sort of economically, this makes more sense for profits for the companies that remain suppliers of the whatever mineral or resource it is. And so that is generally what you will see. Second thing to point out is about incentives and capacity. So when we're debating foreign policy topics or international relations topics like this one, generally you can make almost any argument you want that is about a certain actor doing a certain action, usually in reaction to the resolution, as long as you prove that they have both an incentive to do that action and the capacity to do it. So a good example of this is, so we're good on the basic logic of this, we could probably all agree that if I really, really wanted to go get ice cream, you've proven beyond the shadow of a doubt, I've told you that I want to, every evidence, all of the evidence that we have points to me wanting to. I have rational incentives to do this, meaning that it would be rationally good for me to do this. I really like ice cream. It'll improve my dopamine. Maybe it'll improve my mood. Maybe it'll even do some other thing for me that is really good. So I have a reason to go get that ice cream. If we also agree that I have the ability to go get that ice cream, like it's in my freezer right now, I could just walk over there and grab it. There's nothing in the way, there's no barriers or anything. I'm perfectly capable of doing this. If both of those two things are true, then I'm going to get the ice cream. Plain and simple, right? There's nothing that will prevent me from doing that, and I have every reason to do that. Therefore, I will do it. This logic is very powerful in especially international relations debates where we have a lot of different actors that are all interacting together because it allows you to make very easy, really, I would say, pretty clean arguments about what the actors are going to do. The first instinct that a lot of people have on this kind of topic is to default to their normal card cutting behaviors, where they're just looking for someone's opinion article that concludes that some actor will do something in reaction to the resolution. But that's the wrong way to look for this. I think instead it is substantially better and substantially easier to find evidence that both proves the incentive and the capacity for an actor to do this, even if that evidence does not conclude that the actor will do that, because that is the logical conclusion of having both the incentive and capacity to do something. And maybe that's two cards. Maybe you have one card for the incentive and one card for the capacity. And logically, those jointly imply the conclusion, which is that they will, in fact, do this action. This is, I think, the best way to think about international relations topics, and specifically the arguments about how actors will react or how actors are acting now in the status quo for your uniqueness as well, and how that changes. So, with those two things out of the way, the last thing that I wanted to talk about really quickly is that every argument needs to have an explicit comparative. I've noticed, and this was very predictable to be honest, that a lot of arguments on this topic are very deep on the characterization of the status quo, of the uniqueness that is, right? What is happening right now, and are very light on the characterization of what the world will look like after we vote pro. Instead, most of them are sort of assuming that if they are able to tie the problems of the status quo to extraction, then they can very easily just logically, we decrease extraction, therefore we decrease those problems. And this is totally fine logic. It sort of does work until you get hit with someone who points out that there might be other things that happen downstream after we vote pro that maybe change the way that this link actually operates down the line. This is the comparative, right? We really need to have a deeper characterization of what the pro world looks like. What do different actors do after China decreases extraction? What does China do after they decrease extraction? What does the US do after China decreases extraction? What do host countries do that were hosting these extractive industries? What do they do once the Chinese industries pull out, for example? And the answer is not nothing, obviously, right? All of these different actors will do something. They have incentives, after all, that will stay the same largely, and they have the capacity to do something, which means they will do something to adapt to this new set of circumstances. And that adaptation will probably change a lot of the arguments that are flying around on the topic. So some people have already sort of realized this in the context of China will probably pivot to domestic extraction. This seems fairly obvious. The reason why is, again, we can tie it to incentive and capacity. China will have an incentive on either side to get certain minerals in large quantities. We could also use capacity, right? They have the ability to get these minerals from their own land if they just intensify the extraction of their own mineral deposits within their borders. Therefore, the conclusion is they will still get the minerals. They will just do domestic extraction and get the minerals that way. Um, this has enormous implications on several arguments. Obviously, the problem with the domestic extraction comparative is that it is unlikely that China has all of the same materials that it is extracting from other places within its borders. Good examples of this are things like nickel and cobalt. Nickel it mostly gets from Indonesia and does not get a lot from its own borders. Cobalt it mostly gets from countries like the DRC and also does not get from its own borders. Copper is also a good example. I think most of the copper that China gets comes from other countries, which means that for those, obviously China would not have the option, would not have the capacity to just continue exploiting more within its own borders, meaning that they would have to do something else. So what are other things? Because I think that there are a whole host of different other options that China could use that are important in establishing this comparative. One example that a lot of people have started pointing out is imports. So China can just buy the minerals from other countries that extract them. And why would these other countries extract them and fill in for China? The reason is supply and demand, right? That provides them an incentive. If the price suddenly rises because the supply decreases, but there's still a lot of demand, that means that people will fill in and supply will probably rebound in order to meet the demand. If someone's going to buy everything from you, if you mine it, then you're going to mine it and sell it because that's how you get money. Which means there's an enormous profit incentive, especially short term, once the price increases and things become even more profitable in the interim period during that transition. There will be a fill in. There will naturally be a correction in the market, which will cause different companies, for example, to come in and exploit those same mines that China was in. I'm using mines, but obviously we're talking about all sorts of natural resources. So, fill in whatever other natural resource extractive project as well. Um, this then means that China will just, because China is the one who supplies a lot of this demand, they're the ones who are buying a lot of these. China will just buy them. They will just buy the raw ores, for example, from the mines after the mines have transferred ownership to a different company or a different country's, state-owned industries, for example. Which means that China will still get the minerals through imports. The difference then is what matters, right? The comparative between these options. What is the difference between China doing the extraction versus a host country doing the extraction, or perhaps a different country entirely? Maybe the US comes in and does more extraction. Maybe Europe comes in and does more extraction. Maybe Russia comes in and does more extraction. So the comparative is between those in terms of the extraction itself. How do different companies from different countries engage in extraction? How to what extent are they regulated, etc.? What are the different incentives of different companies that are involved in this industry? The other comparative is to what extent China gets the materials and to what extent it is easy for China to cheaply receive these minerals. For example, it's probably true that it is somewhat more expensive for China to access these minerals if it is importing them from a different company than if it is directly extracting them itself. But the question is how much more expensive, right? So those are the relevant comparatives that I think people need to actually do a better job of researching. And certainly they need to be in every contention that they're relevant to. Otherwise, I think the contention is just immediately weakened, like immediately has a huge hole in it as soon as the opponent points out a comparative like this and controls that by doing a little bit more research on it than you have. I think whoever goes deepest on this comparative question will definitely win most of the clashes in the debate. Um, Okay, with those things out of the way, I want to jump into let's just like go through one by one, look at all of the round robin teams, and then a bunch of other arguments that the round robin did not feature, and we'll talk about each of them one by one. By the end of this video, I want to have a sort of mega list of all of the arguments on both sides, and I also want to start categorizing them. I think it is enormously helpful to start categorizing different types of links on a topic because then you know what kinds of responses you're going to be giving and what things you need to block out that will group different types of arguments. It also allows you to know, for example, how you're going to be grouping your own contentions. So, for example, you could write a contention that has a bunch of different arguments sort of crammed together under the same type of link. Okay, here is Campbell Hall's neg. Let's just read it first to see what it sounds like. So, contention one is climate. China is dominant in mineral extraction, enabling the green transition within and beyond its borders. Park et al. 24. Escalating significance of geopolitics and governance is exemplified across mining, particularly in the increasing demand for critical minerals in support of energy transition. China is at the forefront of critical minerals production. EVs, batteries, solar, and wind require enormous amounts of raw minerals. China dominates the extraction and production of critical green minerals, essential for current and future low carbon tech. China produces 63% of the world's rare earths. This solves climate change in two ways. The first is that Chinese green tech solves climate. Herrero and Mu 25. China is crucial to the world's green transition. The largest producer manufacturing 92% of solar, 82% of wind, 90% of emissions come from, I don't know why they didn't highlight from, energy consumption underscores importance. China emissions peak by 2030 and neutrality by 2060. China fulfill its own renewable requirements to net zero, able to meet global demand easily. The second is Chinese climate leadership solves climate. The key is the developing world. Hilton 25. China staking claim to leadership in the energy transition. When US withdrew from Paris, China's position was unassailable. China's target of 10% was a demonstration of its commitment to multilateral action. The ways to judge climate leadership include quality, policy, carbon reduction, and including less developed countries. China's installed more renewable than the rest of the world. removing the cost barrier to transition. China's ambitions go beyond its borders. Xi promised to help developing countries transition, investing in 54 countries. China has alliances through multilateral organizations. China will drive climate diplomacy. A shift would reinforce climate interests of emerging economies, including insistence that less developed countries build low carbon economies. China's dominance determines the world's energy transition. China is the only country poised to develop green tech and lead the world in transitioning to it. The Economist 25. Others have created environmental crisis. Tech is the solution. China is taking the lead, building and deploying renewable on a scale hard to comprehend, central to electricity. No other country capable. Renewable industry gives it unmatched ability to enable others to do the same. Strong incentives, its wealth and tech means that China is better placed to adapt. Renewables build soft power through tech assistance and negotiations. In climate, China has a strong hand and Trump has folded America's. Climate change culminates in extinction. Planet plunges, Spectre 19. Planet plunges into feedback loop, population subject to lethal heat, droughts, floods, and wildfires, ecosystem collapse, destroying agriculture, drops in food and water, stress nations, armed conflicts culminating in nuclear war are likely, end of civilization. Cool. So this is their first contention about climate change. I don't hate it. I think this is, it's going to be a very stock argument because there's a lot of literature out there to suggest that China is dominating green tech, and that part of the reason that it's dominating green tech is because it has so much access to the raw minerals that are needed for it, like the battery elements, the battery minerals, rare earth minerals as well, things like copper too. And so I think this is a decently good argument in general. I think the biggest problem that I have with this argument is the comparative, as in the characterization after the link happens of what then happens. Because I think it is sort of absurd to say that the minerals stay in the ground, given that there is a high demand on either side. And if the supply does decrease, then that means that the price will increase, which means it will become suddenly more profitable to go mine these minerals. I don't see any reason why people wouldn't mine the minerals, and I think the most likely implementation is that China just sells the mineral extraction projects to other companies that then continue right on extracting them. So I believe that someone's going to get these minerals no matter what. I actually believe that it's most likely to be China no matter what as well, which would totally, I think, toast this argument because the argument's link right now, or I guess, yeah, the link right now seems to be purely just that if China does not get access to the raw minerals, then it just won't be able to create green tech anymore. I think a better link would be maybe more nuanced, like if it has to acquire the same minerals at a higher price, then it might be worse. I'm still not sure that this is really a proper link either, because China does use its state-owned enterprises and its massive economic capacity to fiddle with the prices on green tech anyway. So I'm not sure that a slight rise in the price of mineral imports, for example, would actually substantially slow down China's transition to green tech. Um, but I think that the biggest problem perhaps is that like there really isn't any card in here that says why China is unique. The only card that says that China is unique, which I guess is supposed to be a spike to this argument that other countries take over, for example, is that like China is the only one doing green tech. First of all, this seems to be mistagged. I don't think China is the only country poised to develop green tech. It's sort of demonstrably false and sort of a crazy exaggeration. Obviously, what it actually means is that China is the only country poised to develop green tech at scale or at the scale necessary to lead the rest of the world in transitioning. But it sort of is very unclear to me why other countries wouldn't also. Obviously, this one perhaps spikes the US counterfactual, although I'm not sure it spikes private sector counterfactuals where, you say that US companies that are not attached to the government will fill in, given that this card sort of implies that they have a very strong incentive to do so because it builds up soft power. I guess that's an incentive for countries instead of companies. But there's certainly going to be profit incentives to do this, especially increasingly as green tech evolves over time and becomes a bigger part of the energy transition in more countries like developing countries, which are expanding markets that other countries also want to access. But I'm not sure why, even if we do take the US off the table, why can you not just fill in with any other country as well or any other company? Seems like it's likely that other mining companies will still extract these and then just export the minerals to whichever other country wants to build green tech capacity. And there's no warrant in here there's certainly no warrant in here, but there's also very few warrants that I can think of why China is the only one that can actually use minerals to develop green tech capacity at scale. It seems like anyone who has the minerals probably would just be able to, like, it's not that hard to build a solar panel, for example. It's not like there's proprietary knowledge that go into like specifically Chinese solar panels. So it seems likely that other companies would also be able to convert the minerals or refined versions of the minerals into their finished products as green tech just as much. And perhaps this is even a net turn on this link because it might be better to diversify the amount of companies that are in the supply chain for renewable energy so that you don't have a bottleneck where one country holds the reins to the entire transition and can dictate the prices in a monopolistic fashion, which might actually slow down the energy transition overall. Um, the other problem with this is I do think that one of the major reasons that is being overlooked by most teams that are reading this argument, why China gets the minerals either way, is because for a lot of the minerals that we're talking about, for example, these cards are mostly talking about rare earth minerals. China has a monopsony over all of the refining capacity, as in they have the total control. They have like 99% control, for example, over refining of heavy rare earth minerals, which are the ones that really matter. And that means that no one else is going to be able to sell to anyone else. Like there's only one buyer in the market for the raw minerals, and that's China, because they're the only ones who have the capacity to refine it, which is the second step in the supply chain, which means they're completely vertically integrated. Like there's no one else that you're going to sell to. It's just China. And so even if other companies do start manufacturing green tech, which I think is likely, they get their refined rare earth minerals from China anyway, even if the companies that are extracting the raws are not from China. They still have to export those to China because China's the only one who has the capacity to actually process the minerals. That's what actually makes rare earth minerals like rare, is just because they don't have concentrated deposits like gold or other commodities like silver. They are spread out more loosely, more dilutely in the ore and in the rock, which means that the processing and the refinement capacity is really the thing that actually requires proprietary knowledge and expertise that China seems to be sort of has a stranglehold over effectively in the global economy right now, meaning that they just do this all the same no matter what, that they'll probably just continue like okay, so the minerals still go to China, China refines them, and then China just sells them to other Chinese state-owned enterprises that then make them into green tech, or exports them if they want, which they also do. So sort of unclear how there is a any sort of sizable link on this argument. But yeah, look forward to hearing what you have to say. Okay, next let's check out contingent two. I'll read it first, and then we'll do some analysis. So contingent two is the economy. The Chinese economy is growing at an unexpectedly fast rate into the next 2 years. Goldman Sachs from last month says China's econ likely to grow quickly, 5 to 6% annually for the next few years as goods gain global market share. Export growth strong in 2025 despite tariffs. Chinese exports are growing steadily. Strength in China's manufacturing and exports got a boost from a new 5-year plan and agreement on tariffs. China's use of restrictions on minerals dissuaded tariffs. China has leverage. The top priority is to double down on manufacturing. Mineral resources are key to manufacturing. Hidayat 25. China mineral exploration reflects dominance in critical tech supply chains, control over strategic minerals, essential to electrification, defense, and manufacturing. Rare earths are critical for China's tech sector. Control over critical mineral supply chains extends from extraction through assembly. China's rare earth supply directly supports competitiveness in global markets. Exploration provides security for domestic industries. This supports competitiveness. Rare earth exploration represents China's commitment to maintaining tech leadership. Manufacturing is key to the Chinese economy, and any shift in the industry will decimate global markets. Hold and Zhao 25. Manufacturing is a cornerstone of China's econ, a crucial sector underpinning the global econ, accounted for 26% of China's GDP, remains a key driver of growth, providing employment, innovation, and revenue. China contributed 30% of total manufacturing value. Manufacturing attract investment. Any shifts in China's sector have significant ripple effects across the global markets. Chinese economic decline will trigger an invasion of Taiwan. McKinney and Harris 24. As econ declines, the CCP will increase domestic coercion. The party need alt ways to boost nationalism with resolving the Taiwan question, a race between China's econ and military advance, war over Taiwan likely in these circumstances, slow growth and crises of regime legitimacy are connected to conflict. Syria, Libya, Ukraine were to distract from problems at home. A nationalistic justification increased the odds of invasion, not because of diversionary logic, but because impediments to invasion will be removed and replaced with nationalistic fervor. If development goals are at risk, increasing reliance on non-peaceful means. Public opinion functions as incitement as the party runs out of other ways to legitimize itself. Taiwan invasion goes nuclear. Pettyjohn and Wasser 22. Nuclear war, if China invade Taiwan, CCP willing to take significant risks to ensure conflict ends acceptable. Nuclear weapons most effective. War fighting strategy, project military power, preemptive attack against bases. Necessary to go nuclear to ward off outside support. China preemptively detonate to reinforce credibility. First use provoke response. Nuclear war causes extinction. Nield 21. Ozone destroyed and result in an enhanced UV light. Variations in UV linked to agriculture survival would have profound consequences. Conditions switch dramatically. Adaptations won't help. There's no escape. Okay. I don't like how a lot of these cards are cut, to be honest. I haven't read a lot of the small text, but I suspect that is cut in slightly weird ways. That said, let's analyze the actual content of this argument. So, the argument, as I understand it, is essentially Chinese manufacturing depends on earth, like mineral extraction, and that mineral extraction comes from international extractive projects, which will decline under the AF, causing manufacturing to decline because Chinese manufacturing is linked to the rest of the global economy through supply chains. That means that other economic powers will also decline, and so the global economy will decline. This also independently sparks a specific scenario from Chinese economic decline, which is the Taiwan invasion, in order to distract from problems at home, like what happened historically in other places like Syria and Ukraine. I think this argument is good. I actually think I like it even a little bit better than contention one. So honestly, like thumbs up for this argument. I guess I have a few problems. Number one is it still seems that this has the same problems as contention one, which is that China will likely get the minerals either way, which means that a lot of the force that is causing the economy to decline when you vote pro will be significantly blunted. Meaning that I don't think there is going to be significant enough decline to cause something like a Taiwan invasion. Plus, econ is a notoriously weird impact because it has so many alt causes, um, meaning that it's very possible that even though the Chinese economy is growing unexpectedly fast right now, there might be factors in the future that cause it to inevitably decline, which would render the Taiwan scenario inevitable, given that it's a bright line scenario that only really happens once, and can't. It doesn't seem to be the kind of thing that repeats over and over again. This might be enough to be quite significant defense on the case. I also think that it's likely that China has a number of other tools up its sleeve to prevent the economic decline, such as things like stimulus packages. Plus, China is suffering mostly deflationary pressures right now. The last thing that I'll say is I think that there's a pretty interesting argument on the implementation here. That's just like China is maybe most likely to reduce the international extraction that nets it the least amount of money, or perhaps even causes it to make debt. Some of the SOEs that are involved in mining might be involved in projects that actively bleed capital from China. The reason why is because China is currently acting in a bit of a long-termist way, as in they are trying to corner markets that have not been significantly explored and wait for them to grow into markets that will be very profitable for them, which means some of the short-term operations that China is sponsoring from its SOEs abroad are actually losing money right now or creating a sort of a debt spiral in China, which might be actively harmful for their short-term economic prospects, meaning that ending these projects might actually be good. There's the additional factor that we have to take into account, which is the injection of cash that China immediately gets from selling off its mining projects. I think that if we have a comparison between China just abandoning these mining projects for no profit versus selling them to the highest bidder or a bidder that they are most inclined to take that has the best deal for them, This either means that they'll be able to get supply guarantees from these from whatever company they sell it to as part of the contract, which is something that's somewhat common in these kinds of business deals, which means that they will be able to get their hands on the minerals either way, perhaps at a pretty premium price as well. And secondly, is that if they aren't able to do that, they still probably will make a significant amount of money from the other company buying off the mining project from them, which is an immediate injection of capital into the Chinese economy that might allow them to um, use to recover from any long-term downturn that they experience. I think it might be better to nuance this argument a little bit, perhaps with some perceptual links. I could imagine some investor confidence links, stock market stuff. I could also imagine some perceptual links on behalf of the Chinese, like the CCP, like perhaps a preemptive invasion of Taiwan because they expect a downturn. But all of this seems a bit sketchy if there is not a reason to expect a downturn, and so that's probably the thing that you have to actually prove first. I'm not sure that this proves the scale at which the economy will decrease. For one, the only cards here show that China is growing. Um, Minerals are important to manufacturing, and manufacturing is important. But none of the cards show the extent to which the pro decreases minerals. For example, the domestic extraction counterfactual probably also works here to a good degree, that they just expand domestic extractive capacity, which also nets them a bunch of minerals. Perhaps it doesn't net them all the minerals, but it's sort of just unclear the scale to which, the degree to which this causes a decline in manufacturing. And it's probably not the case that a very small decline in manufacturing would be sufficient to trigger an economic downturn on the scale that would trigger like a Taiwan invasion. Otherwise, the bar for the non-uniques is going to be incredibly low, which means that the defense will be pretty easy either way. So there's a narrow line that has to be walked between having a strong link and having strong uniqueness, that I think is quite difficult without having a lot of evidence or knowing a lot about the degree to which the pro will actually hurt mineral access in China. The final thing is it's worth noting that if China loses mineral access, it is likely to go to other places, which might bolster the economies of other countries, causing some sort of maybe a net link turn on scope. Obviously, this doesn't link into the Taiwan invasion scenario, but it might link into other similar scenarios that follow similar logic. For example, the fundamental thesis of the Taiwan invasion scenario is that problems at home cause diversionary pressure. Although there was one line that said it didn't, I was a bit confused about that. But this seems to apply to other countries as well. Maybe those other countries don't have nukes, but maybe they could get them with pro-lift scenarios. So there's definitely room for a link turn on this as well. But overall, I think this like scenario is pretty good. I know a lot of people are reading this, or like its little cousin, like the legitimacy argument, which seems to have a very similar link, but is perhaps slightly more perceptually based. Either way, this probably hinges on this link being at least mostly true. So I think responses to this argument also cover legitimacy as well. But we'll talk about that one probably in one of the next recordings because I think that there are a lot of people running it. I'm gonna skip the Campbell Hall F for now, since it's a bit more out there and it's kind of, I guess it's supposed to be a K. So I'll probably push that analysis to the end of this video. I'm just going to continue in alphabetical order for the round robin teams. So this is Eden Prairie's neg. They have this argument, so they don't disclose tags on their wiki page. I think that if you do disclose, you probably should disclose tags as well as cards. The reasoning behind this is because the same standard on the disclosure interpretation that is about evidence ethics probably applies, like it requires the disclosure of both the tag and the cut card. Because if you don't disclose the tag, then nobody knows what you think the cut card means, which means even if you like you could cut it in very ambiguous ways, and then depending on the tag that's actually read in the round, it could either become an evidence violation or not. And until you hear the tag, you won't really be able to tell that, which maybe requires more time to compare. I don't really think this matters. I don't really care about disclosure. But just something to note, it means that we don't really know exactly what they think the argument means, but we can just try to put it together. So it seems that the argument here is that China has an incentive to do mediation, to prevent conflict, to do things like anti-piracy efforts, specifically in perhaps the Gulf of Aden or the Red Sea, preventing Somali piracy, for example, because of international extraction. And if they decrease international extraction, then the incentive for them to do this decreases, which means there will be more conflict in these areas. So I'm a little bit skeptical of this the specific cards that are in here. I think that in general, this is actually quite a good argument. I think that it is smart to run an argument about China's incentive structure and what they do in pursuit of extraction. I think that it is probably true that China has a slightly higher incentive to promote international stability if they have investments in the region. But I just don't think that this necessarily is the best set of cards to prove that. And the biggest weakness seems to be there are a number of alt causes, a number of other reasons why China probably also wants to promote stability in these regions and do things like anti-piracy measures that don't relate to its international resource extraction. So let's read the cards. The first one says a Chinese naval fleet was heading to the Gulf of Aden. It's the 48th Task Group. There have been very few attacks by Somali pirates. Continuous uninterrupted anti-piracy deployment. The Chinese Navy has also prolonged its stays, a clear evolution and duration sophistication of the anti-piracy missions. Something that it says the task force gave Beijing a rationale to establish a military base at Djibouti. Right now, I guess this is just uniqueness. Is like China does anti-piracy efforts, and they are generally working. We don't know if this is the only reason why there's low piracy. Like, I know that there's a number of other countries that also do anti-piracy efforts in the same region. So it's unclear if this is unique to China, but at least China's involved. And maybe there's a correlation with like success. The next evidence from Man says Chinese built infrastructure was at risk. This is the incentive. This is kind of the link to the topic, right? That uh, in Ethiopia, billions of dollars of Chinese built invest infrastructure from energy grids to industrial parks were suddenly at risk. So this is already a problem, I think, for the argument. It doesn't even mention mining or like resource extraction anywhere in it, right? Like explicitly, that we're talking about things like energy grids, not extraction, and industrial parks, also not extraction. And so clearly, these are other reasons why China would have incentives to promote stability either way. Blah, 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 blah. Required a stronger security posture. Logic sits behind the base in Djibouti for anti-piracy near the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Gives the PLA Navy a front row seat. Resource rich but fragile environments. Beijing used financing to secure access to resources. This is perhaps also a part of the card that is intended to be a link to the topic. I just don't think it is. Like it starts with meanwhile, right? Like this seems to be like another thing that the card is mentioning that is perhaps a little bit separate from this. Its approach, which avoids Western style conditions on governance and human rights, appeals to governments under pressure from Washington or Brussels. Again, there are like soft power incentives to do this, other than extracting. Trying to wear the mediator's hat over the past few years, China has made a noticeable attempt to cast itself as a diplomatic problem solver. Furthermore, I guess there's evidence that says that it's succeeding. I know that there's evidence out there that says that China like does not do very well at doing this kind of problem solving in other countries. So that's also something I would probably find to read against this. Um, this is a weird part of the card because I think they highlight the wrong part. It says this shift is partly self-interested. Without a basic level of stability, Chinese investments remain exposed. Like that seems to be the link to the topic, right? Because extractive investments are also investments. So that creates the incentive for them to protect stability. But it is also about positioning China as a global actor. This seems to just be highlighting the alt cause. Like they didn't highlight the link and did highlight the alt cause, which is weird. Like this is they have a soft power incentive to do this regardless of the topic, which means probably even in the pro world they will continue doing this. Beijing presents as a venue for resolving disputes without reliance on West. Global South backed it, blah 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 blah. And then we have impact cards. So this one's just like Red Sea is a major artery of cables connecting Europe and Middle East. Africa, choke point presents a risk. Rebel groups in the Red Sea have indirectly damaged cables. Houthis threats against cables connecting all regions of the world. Again, there are a lot of other actors that are fighting against the Houthis more than China is. So unclear why China is unique to this solvency. I think in general, like I don't understand the rationale behind making scenarios so hyper specific. Like you get everything that you would get from a hyper specific scenario by writing a general scenario and making the hyper specific part an example of the general scenario. Like, why not just have a contention about stability in general and have one example be the Red Sea with a micro impact on there? And then just be like, this happens in hundreds of other places as well. Then you can kick Red Sea much more easily. You don't depend on it as much. So if people have hyper specific responses, it doesn't really matter. And you can cram in a bunch of other scenarios more efficiently than like making them other contentions or something. I don't know. It seems to be a really weird trend in PF that I honestly don't understand. And then we have our final terminal impact. So loss of communications for minutes is catastrophic. Again, like a weirdly hyper specific impact. Like there's so much random specific defense to like the collapse of undersea cables, for example. There's like arguments. I remember even back as far as like 2016, I was reading cards that said like sharks eat underwater cables and stuff, and like they non-unique it or whatever. Like probably a bad response, but like there are responses out there that are pretty good that say like this doesn't matter that much, or like it's very easy to repair them, etc., etc. And also we've lost several cables in the past, and this hasn't happened. So I don't know. I don't know why we're limiting ourselves to like what appears to be a somewhat weak example of the broader impact, which is actually quite strong. You could just use the broader impact, and then that would be much better. Reduction of bandwidth from one or more cables being cut is still significant. If bandwidth goes down, networks can be unable to decode messages. Aggressor use coordinated attacks on cables to cut, prevent nuclear-armed opponent from monitoring weapons. Country targeted could choose nuclear preemptive attack. I guess the last problem with this is I don't know that the Chinese fleet in the Djibouti base could stop like an actual state-backed attack on the cables. And actually, there's even maybe evidence that it would mount the state-backed attack on cables itself, especially if those cables go to Europe, which is often the case, and don't go to the places where China has investments. This can be fairly easily targeted. And so I don't know. I'm very skeptical of this contention. I think that there's a lot of problems with it, and I like some of the other ones we've seen a little bit more. So this is another con contention from Eden Prairie. It's only three cards, so it might be an overview. Again, I don't know because they haven't said contention or any tags in here. So we can only sort of assume, but the argument is essentially just that the West will fill in if China reduces extraction and the West is worse, or specifically the US is worse. So the first card here says, I guess is trying to prove the link. It says that the West is gearing up to try to race toward more alternative sources of minerals for alternative energy, I guess. So the same kind of minerals that China is currently dominating. Um, but shortages are the stumbling block. So shortages are, I guess, something that they're implying is happening in the status quo, probably is true. Um, However, I don't know. This is sort of weird because I think what they're trying to use this to say is that the lack of opportunities for Western extraction is causing the West to not be able to do this enough. Um, when in reality, I think this forecast shortages of heavy rare earths could be a stumbling block in the race to create domestic supply chains is like those kinds of shortages would come from things like export controls from China or something like the resolution. So it's possible that actually this card implies that if you do vote pro, and you do hurt China's extraction of international resources, this might create extra supply shortages for US companies as well that are currently reliant on China for this supply chain, which actually might be a stumbling block in allowing them to further exploit these resources, which ironically might be some sort of weird link turn. I just don't know that the card is saying entirely what they want it to say, but it seems like this is intended to be a trade-off card that the West would fill in if China gives up its spot. The next card says, I guess this is a comparative card. So this is a reason why China is better than the US, or better than Western companies in general, that the aid is unconditional. That also, interestingly, might be a reason why China is worse, because unconditional aid also means that it's more likely to go to authoritarian governments, for example, without any restrictions on, governance or human rights abuses attached to the aid. But also it says that the loans are more long-term investments. This is true. China also has very low interest rate loans often compared to Western companies or Western institutions. And so it probably does help host countries develop their economies more. Interestingly, though, it's sort of confusing to me what the link is to extraction. It probably is true that you could find cards that say that China gives more loans for different infrastructure projects and things like that when they do extraction projects as well. That card just doesn't appear in this contention. But I guess that's the missing link that would fill this in. Unless I guess like I'm completely missing the point of this card, which is possible. The final card in this contention is this one, which is that like the U.S. is under Trump. Trump has seized power with America First unilateralism. Interestingly, America First unilateralism implies to me that the US actually might not go and fill in for China, especially because one of the reasons that China is giving all of these deals to different developing countries is because they are multilateral and because they are focused on soft power development and internationalism, which apparently the US is not. If this is true, then the US foreign policy approach would not incline it to like being very favorable to going and filling in for China in these different extraction projects internationally, and maybe would be more inclined to just shore up its domestic production at home, which is something that has been on the Trump agenda for quite a while. Shoring up things like American manufacturing, but also doing the same thing that China is attempting to do within its own borders, which is trying to vertically integrate all levels of the supply chain to reduce dependence on other countries in general. And then the rest of this is just like the Trump administration is destabilizing the rest of the world, et cetera, et cetera. Which I guess, like, I interpret this to just be a reason why it would be an additional reason why it would be bad for the US to fill in, because it's like fascist or whatever. But this is not comparative at all. Like, evidently, the CCP is also quite authoritarian and does a lot of human rights abuses of its own. So it's unclear to me. I guess this is the real comparative card. But what a lot of teams do, and I guess this team might be doing, is they read one card that says like China is good and one card that says the US is bad, and they try to mash them together to make it a comparative. But often they're talking about very different things. So this card, thankfully, is actually comparative because it does compare to Western commercial investment in terms of aid, but it's just about aid, right? This card is about governance and fascism and things like that. And does not compare to China, or at least nothing highlighted or bolded compares to China. I don't think anything in the small text does either, which means this is just not a very comparative card at all. It's an interesting thought, though. I think it is a good thought to start working on that comparative and thinking about who fills in instead. I just also don't know why the West is the most likely to fill in. This is just a card that says that like they want to, I guess, but that seems relatively non-unique. It seems um, like several others are also probably in that same position that they want to. So it's unclear to me still why the US is the most likely or the majority of the fill-in potential. Okay, a few more neg arguments from Eden Prairie. The first one is this legitimacy argument that I think is fairly stock. I mentioned it earlier. I this one is a bit of a weird version. So we have this card that says China's economy has shown remarkable resilience, reflecting strong exports, welcome stimulus. China is contributing about 30% to global growth, and they recognize the importance of reorienting the economy from goods to services. They've adopted an expansionary fiscal stance. Then we have, so basically uniqueness, the economy is strong. Then we have this card that says China's overseas mining investments have reached unprecedented levels. Beijing's urgency to secure raw materials amid increasing Western restrictions, intensifying global competition for finite resources, establish supply chain resilience in fractured landscape. Restrictions tightens, this is Western restrictions, further tightens supply chain independence. And one of the ways that China is doing that is by spreading investment across multiple continents. So this card is just saying that part of the reason the economy is growing is because they are spreading their investment in extractive projects across multiple continents. So this is the international extraction, the link to the topic. I guess this is supposed to be saying that like econ depends on international extraction, so if you decrease it, then the econ declines. This card says Chinese mining acquisitions overseas hit their highest level in more than a decade. Again, some more uniqueness. Rise in deal making partly reflects China's efforts to get ahead of deteriorating geopolitical climate. China's pivot towards high-tech manufacturing, including batteries and renewable energy, blah, blah, blah. China dominates the processing of critical minerals, and they don't fear losing to the West anymore. Finally, we have a boom in exports push China's trade surplus past $1 trillion for the first time. Its economy is, this reflects how its economy is still overwhelmingly dependent on foreign markets. The trade surplus is that it is importing much more than it's exporting. Most of this is because it has experienced a decline in exports to countries like the US after tariffs. And China is dominant in the production of high-tech goods. It's unlikely to lose its place as the world's factory for products. Exports grew by 5.4%. Semiconductor saw larger increases. I want to note that this card especially, but honestly, every single one of these cards has bits in it that explain exactly why there isn't really as much of a link to the topic. So, assuming that the argument here is that the economic decline will happen in China because they're so dependent on this kind of stuff, I think it seems rather incorrect to suggest that they wouldn't still get the minerals because, again, they're the world's factory. They produce high-tech goods. And the reason that they are the world's factory is because they control so much of things like processing of minerals. which is a reason why they probably would still get the minerals either way because they will be buying them from other countries that will still be sending them there, which is also evidenced by the trade surplus that was noted above, which is about imports, right? This is buying these materials from other countries, not necessarily extracting them themselves, even though that is a small part of it as well. A small might be, I don't know. I think that we need to do more research about how big China's eh, like personal investments in extraction are relative to their imports. But the understanding that I currently have is that it's really a small portion of the total imports that it gets in natural resources. Then finally, we just jump immediately to this impact card that says collapse of China is a nightmare scenario. I'm really not sure where we get collapse of China from any of the other cards. Like they're all uniqueness cards, and they all talk about how the Chinese economy is strong for a number of reasons unrelated to imports, by the way, things like surplus, or sorry, things like stimulus packages. And then talk about how China is also doing a bunch of international extraction. But like, there's no card that says that it's completely dependent on international extraction. It is dependent on foreign markets for sure, but that's different from being dependent on its personal extraction in those other countries. Um, but we're just jumping apparently to this impact scenario without really any warrants why. This has a country with a large and growing nuclear weapons capability. Instability is very bad. It seems to be we're talking about things like loose nukes and the potential for them to be getting out of China or into the wrong hands. She could be ousted by a rival cadre. I might be saying that wrong, of CCP leaders. This could mean a far more competent CCP leader takes charge, or factions could arise, creating multi-sided civil war. What? They just highlighted this could mean factions arise, but it says it could mean either. Like, what? This is also the card that you would read as the impact turn, right? Because you would just highlight the other part that says this could mean a more competent CCP leader takes charge, which means more stability. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, this isn't enough to beat the impact, I think, because they would just say that stability is high now, so that the uniqueness takes that out. But it's still like this seems to dramatically undermine the point of this card. A total collapse of China in the near term is really bad. It would collapse the global economy, precipitate the largest global recession. The US might find itself in the crosshairs of any of these well-armed post-CCP warlords. Again, we're sort of assuming the entire CCP collapses. I don't see any reason why this would happen. And again, there's this tension between the uniqueness and the link, where if they suggest that it doesn't take that much for this to happen, then even if the economy is very strong right now and will be into the future, it is inevitable that there's going to be some economic declines in the future. We can't predict things like pandemics that might happen, or other disturbances in the international financial market, which would if their threshold for triggering the link is low enough, would sort of just terminally non-unique this. And so the only thing they can do to insulate themselves from that is by saying that the threshold of the link is quite high. But that's sort of the problem, is it's way too high. I just don't think they ever get to this, even if you vote pro and everything goes wrong. Then we have the contention we talked about before. But after that, we have another contention about green tech, I think. I think it starts with this card, actually. So China's climate targets are showing substantial progress. It has actions encompassing all greenhouse gases, things like methane, etc. Stringent emissions targets are proposed, reducing emissions by 7 to 10%, larger installed capacity of new energy, 3.6 terawatts of solar and wind. That's a lot. That's triple the 2030 figure that they're trying to install by 2035. They're going to continue making new EVs and car sales. Trump called climate change the greatest con job. So sort of US competition is off the table for green tech, at least to some extent. There's actually a lot of evidence that says that the private market for things like solar and wind in the US is thriving despite Trump. So I don't know, maybe look into that. China has gone all out in response, allowed itself only 30 years. China promotes international cooperation. So this is like climate leadership stuff as uniqueness. This is good in the status quo. I suspect the rest of the argument is just like it relies on like rare earth minerals or copper or cobalt or nickel or whatever, these battery sort of transition minerals, and China needs to extract them from other countries. And of course, the same complaints that I had with this argument before apply here as well, assuming that the links are the same when we read them, which is just that they're going to get the minerals either way. And if they don't, then someone else is going to get the minerals and still translate them into green tech, because there's not a unique reason why China is the only one who is capable of making solar panels, for example. So this card, APRI 24. Africa possesses abundant minerals, key elements crucial for renewable tech, positions Africa to play a key role in global energy transition. Still a little bit unclear to me why other places like China do not also possess those minerals in sufficiently high quantities. Although, I don't know, maybe this line is sufficient to say like it's a key role in the global energy transition, which means that it's necessary. Like, does that imply necessary? I don't know. But even if it is, again, we're still going to get African minerals to China or to whoever is going to be manufacturing green tech in the absence of China. But again, probably just to China. Then we have, as nations and international organizations increasingly embrace greater and cleaner energy resources, the growing demand for critical minerals creates an expanding market opportunity. Again, that creates an incentive for people to corner that market in either world, even if it's not Chinese actors. China has become the major trade partner for the continent. China, through SOEs, has come to dominate the African market in various sectors, including mining, both in terms of investments and consumption. Again, consumption, right? Meaning they're importing from Africa even when they're not the ones that are extracting themselves. And again, investments includes things that are not just extractive industries as well. Things like energy, power grids, whatever. China continues to be an avid buyer. Yeah, again, buyer of metals and raw minerals globally. It consumes over a quarter of global supplies, including substantial portions of zinc, lead, refined copper, iron, steel, and aluminum output. And then we go to this next card, wind and solar are expanding rapidly in China, so some more uniqueness. They must continue to grow substantially to maintain climate progress. That's a good line. They must grow from about 18% of power generation today to about 40% by 2030 and 50% by 2035. This is smart to have these like future-looking projections because it means you can concede that China, for example, would be able to keep its current climate progress purely from minerals within its borders, but it won't be able to expand far beyond that, which is what is necessary and what it's perhaps on track to do right now if we don't restrict its mineral dominance by restricting its extraction in other countries. Um, to achieve this, wind and solar must grow a lot. I already said that. China's new wind and solar target lands in the upper range of these scenarios. Again, they're on track, so we could derail them if we confine them to something like domestic extraction. But import solves this, so I don't know. Copons Johansson in or Johnson in 25. The US is too dependent on China for access to those minerals. That seems like con uniqueness. This is a bad thing, right? In 2024, the US was entirely reliant on imports for 12 of 50 identified critical minerals and imported over 50%, mainly from China. The country dominates critical mineral extraction, producing 60% of world's rare earths and 90% of global processing capacity. Again, the non-unique that I told you guys about over and over before. It's conceded in all of the link evidence. I guess the purpose of this card is to say that China is unique, but it seems to backfire because it is saying that China is unique because of its current dominance of mineral extraction in the status quo, implying that, first of all, I don't think that this necessarily implies that it cannot still dominate in the absence of mineral extraction, for example, with imports. But second of all, this also implies that like the only reason that China would be unique in green tech is because it is the one extracting, and therefore, if someone else is the one extracting, then they would become the ones who dominate green tech, which would perhaps even be a net turn if it democratizes access to green tech and creates more competition among different countries in the industry, which would be great because it would drive down prices and accelerate quality, etc. Spangenberg 25. Survival limits are okay. So this is just the extinction card from climate. We could probably just go past this, talk about forest fires, blah, 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 ecosystems. Yeah, we agree that climate change is bad. Survival is no longer possible. Threat of nuclear escalation is growing, similar to previous climate extinction cards that we've seen on the impact level. So yeah, overall, interesting argument. We've seen it before. I have the same complaints with this one. And just like the last one, all of the link evidence is conceding the non-uniques. So something to look out for. Or I guess I shouldn't say non-uniques because technically they're not non-uniques. Technically they're just like link deficits or like link defense because we're talking about what happens after the pro is passed. And the argument is that after the pro is passed, A, China will still continue getting access to the same minerals that are used in the green tech transition, meaning that there won't be a link, there won't be a change in green tech. And or B, other actors will fill in, which means that they will fill in for green tech which, if anything, might be a net link turn. So I guess this is a link defense or a link turn, not a non-unique. So my bad. But either way, it implies that there's sort of perhaps a symmetrical or even greater access to green tech on the side of the con pro. I see what the problem is. I'm looking at the title of this document. It says pro because it's misdisclosed, but this is a con case. Um, so disregard that. When I said con uniqueness before, I meant pro uniqueness, and I mean pro in this case. So there will be a greater access or symmetrical access to green tech when we vote pro as a result of these responses. Okay, so Eden Prairie actually went con in every round of the round robin, despite what their round reports or despite what they've disclosed on the wiki. But I'm going to include some of their pro arguments here anyway, because I figure it's still good. The first contingent here appears to be an argument about India. The first evidence from Donnellan in 25 says that India has long speculated about China's intention of using hydropower, water ambitions, and the growing competition between China and India will inevitably lead to water wars. Again, Indian analysts argue that is not highlighted, so maybe needs a qualifier there. But officials frequently warn of the consequences of dependence on China for water supplies. China has dismissed the complaints as highly exaggerated. So we're setting up uniqueness. There are tensions between India and China with regards to hydropower dams and water. I haven't read the rest of the cards yet, but I'm assuming that the link has something to do with mining or extractive projects. Um, but I'm actually quite confused because what I know about this is that a lot of the tensions between India and China manifest themselves on the border, between like Himachal Pradesh, I think, and Xinjiang, which is disputed territory between China and India, and has a lot of other things going on, like construction of roads has led to tensions. There was a dispute a few years ago where like some soldiers died, and it's generally like a somewhat demilitarized zone. Um, but that seems to be domestic from China's perspective, as in the resolution would not restrict extractive projects within China's own borders. So, i.e., on the border with India, which might be leading to these things, especially since a lot of the rivers, I think, flow from China into India through that border, which would, that's probably where some of the dam concerns arise, because India would be downstream of those dam projects and would have to suffer consequences as a result. So for one, that seems sort of weird because it doesn't seem to be international. Secondly, it seems weird because I'm not sure exactly how this is related specifically to extraction of natural resources. Um, Although I suppose there's a topicality argument to be made that maybe extraction of energy from water is an extraction of a natural resource. Like, of course, water is a natural resource, and perhaps the flow of water is also considered a natural resource. But I wouldn't like, is this extracting a natural resource? Is the momentum of the water a natural resource that is extracted and turned into energy and converted into energy? Um, I don't know. I kind of feel like extraction probably means like taking the water, right? But maybe there's a weird argument. Maybe there's a card that says it's not. I don't know. I'm just a little bit skeptical off the bat. Okay. Second card, Jonko 25. China's risky Brahmaputra mega dam could impact India. Right. So it says, right, like the Yarlung Sangpo, forgive me for my pronunciation, flows out of Tibet and enters India as the Brahmaputra, which is a lifeline for millions who depend on it for farming, fishing, and daily water needs. So again, this would be domestically within China and Tibet, which China recognizes as part of its territory, and therefore not international extraction. Far-reaching consequences for India disrupt its ancestral homes, unbalanced ecosystem, India stakes high, blah, 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 blah. Project posed. Again, this is still, I think, this is still talking about the same dam project. Posed an existential risk, existential threat. China cannot be trusted. No one knows what they will do and when. This is from India. New Delhi pledged necessary measures, protect interests, preventive and corrective measures, uncertainty reshaping decisions in India, both countries advancing massive projects, dangerous escalation. A dam building race between India and China is a race to the bottom. It says at the bottom. Again, I don't know how this is international. Next card, Westerberg and 25. India's threats can spiral out of control. Disputes are foundational to each country. Economic impacts of even small alterations and water flows can be damaging. Water imperialism accelerated by the PRC is serious escalation. Battles affect other southeastern Asian nations. Um, okay, I guess this is an internal link. I still don't really see the link, but I guess we're starting to get to the impact section. So Dalton et al. 20, the risk of nuclear use. So again, this is the impact, I guess. China is increasingly willing to use leverage to leverage economic power and advance its interests, especially over disputed territory, like the border zone between India and China. Modi feels growing pressure from populists to push back, despite consequences. She exposes senior Chinese officials to domestic criticism if they appear weak, so can't back down. That creates escalatory pressures if they do have tensions. Modi is similarly known for cultivating a macho image and has publicly alluded to nuclear weapons. Okay, so this is a pretty good impact card. Um, I just don't think there's a link on this argument. I guess there's a possibility that they go for like international means all, as in like all countries, including China, but this just doesn't seem to be how it's actually being used in the resolution in context. And probably the antonym in this case is domestic, which would imply that domestic extraction which they also need to win that hydropower is the form of natural resource extraction. But this would be that domestic extraction is part of, if anything, would perhaps increase if we voted pro, which would be a link turn. Like they would have to rely more on getting energy from domestic hydropower projects if they aren't able to get things like other energy resources abroad to fuel green tech or like renewable energy or even fossil fuel energy, which might net link turn this, especially since despite all the uniqueness evidence they have, they don't have any evidence this has actually manifested in anything yet. Of course, they would say like it's coming now. But I bet, these kinds of arguments are often easy to beat if you just like like right before the round find a news article from like 1 hour ago that they're talking or something, which is often true. They usually the tensions go up and down and up and down and up and down. And so it's really easy to like just post date them slightly on uniqueness. Um, Also, like notably, this stuff has happened before many, many times. I'll refer back to just a few years ago when they had like a border skirmish. Obviously, this is dangerous, but it perhaps disproves this escalation spiral and their impact because there was not an escalation spiral and it did end, and then they did have diplomacy afterwards. So perhaps that is a response to the impact as well. Okay, next contention. I think this starts off the next contention, but again, it's somewhat unclear. This article from the Associated Press, or no, from On Demand Partners, apparently. Okay, don't know what the deal is with that source, but Chinese mining surged, locked in metals across Latin America. Transactions illustrate blah, 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 strategic focus, geographic priorities, and commodity logic of China's overseas mining expansion. Transactions collectively focus on gold, copper, lithium, and associated battery minerals, blah, 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 blah. And we're talking about specifically 10 transactions, it looks like, by like Chinese companies in, I guess from the years 2019 to 2025, it looks like. Or yeah, I don't know, perhaps. And focusing on gold. So this contention is probably about gold. $1 billion purchase of continental gold in Colombia, a foundational transaction that marked the beginning of China's rapid buildup of overseas gold capacity during this period. Cool. And it also says Ghana and some other places. And this is, I think, mostly from Zijin Mining, which is a good company to research because they do a lot of this stuff. Tan 25. Organized crime embedded in gold supply chains poses a serious global threat. I do want to read this small text. I think this is probably relevant as Chinese demand drives gold prices above $3,000 per ounce. Drug cartels, terrorists, and mercenary groups are deepening their involvement in the sector. Almost all these actors work in some capacity with Chinese mining concerns. I wonder what is meant by concerns. Does it mean they work with Chinese mining companies? Or just like they're somehow related to Chinese mining or the interests of Chinese mining? Kind of confusing language. Maybe I'm just being silly. Which are present from mine to market and have the greatest ability to work in the most unexploited locations. So that's pretty good evidence, actually. That's a good line. It makes China unique here. According to those who studied the gold sector, many illicit gold operations are being financed and operated directly by Chinese private investors. Okay, now that sounds like a good line, but Chinese private investors, especially with the next line, they appear to be operating with little oversight or repercussions from Chinese authorities. That seems to directly imply that they're not working alongside or being directed by Chinese authorities. And that matters because the actor in the resolution is not China, it's the People's Republic of China, very explicitly, which is the Chinese authorities in question. That is the government, which means that Chinese private investors are actually not affected by the resolution. If Chinese private investors can continue doing whatever illegal operations, either way, especially if they don't face repercussions from Chinese authorities. There's even maybe an argument that like Chinese authorities don't have the power to restrain them, for example. And at the very least, this is not directly affected by the resolution. You would need a secondary link. You would need this to be connected to the government itself stopping gold mining operations, which maybe I think that there are links there, but this definitely has to be explicit and is not something that can be taken for granted at all. And let's see, this is drawn allegations from gold-rich countries that Beijing is permitting the ransacking of gold deposits abroad, enabling a rapidly mutating trade. Okay, yeah, like this is probably what they're citing, right? But Beijing is permitting, right? Is because they are not doing a good enough job of cracking down, not because they are doing it themselves. So the word "it's," for example, in the resolution, which is like the PRC's, like its exploitation or its extraction of natural resources, does not seem to come into play directly here in this particular like private investment in illegal gold mining. Uh, so a little bit skeptical of this link, but it's an interesting card. If anything, I think there's a risk here that the con turns around and says, because this is not directly related to the resolution, it is actually a counterfactual, or it is actually comparative rather. So if we vote pro, then China is more likely to start relying more on the illegal market. Or like again, I'm throwing out the word China as if this is like some sort of homogenous term. I don't actually mean the government in this case. So I mean that the demand from the country of China in its entirety probably will still be met to a greater degree by the black market if it is met less by the formal sector from China exploiting resources in different countries. And given that that is not directly decreased by the resolution, it might actually increase instead, which would be a net link turn to this. So it is actually something that we have to tread lightly on. The next evidence is from Herrera 25, says gold is soaring in price, has low risk and high profitability. It's boosted by poorly regulated supply chain that enables laundering into legal markets at different stages. These dynamics have made illicit gold trading a strategic alternative, deepening its role in the region's evolving conflict landscape and highlighting the urgent need for stronger and more targeted regulation. Then it goes on to say that these groups extort money from and exert direct or indirect control over mining operations and trafficking routes, in addition to laundering illicit gold into formal markets. Which groups are we talking about? I assume we are talking about the illegal mining groups, or tradition or like criminal groups, and it seems like that is the case. NSAGs. I wonder what an NSAG is. Let me just look that up real quick. What is an NSAG? I assume G is group, a non-state armed group. Yeah, so these are like the criminal groups, right? Again, not the government of China, so not the actor. Um, One thing to note here as well is another potential turn is that it's almost certain that because China operates so much in gold through its formal extractive industries, if it suddenly shuttered those mines, the immediate result would certainly be a supply crunch in the commodity markets, especially of gold, meaning that the price of gold would increase much further because people are expecting that there's going to be less of it on the market, but the demand will remain relatively constant, which means that the price will rise significantly. And this evidence and a lot of other evidence out there implies that the high price of a commodity like gold is part of what causes it to be attractive for illegal mining, which means that if anything, this is another link turn that you could make. That the supply shortage of gold immediately boosts its price very high, which attracts more criminal enterprises to using gold successfully, which would expand those criminal groups as well. Okay, next card, Arguello 23. Okay, this is just the impact. Use of nuclear weapons, risks are increasing globally. The psychological factor and leadership have a strong influence when it comes to increasing the risk of use. Okay, here's where we actually get the internal link. So Latin American, the Latin American region, close association between the totalitarian governments of Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, weak democratic nuclear weapon states uh, such as China or Russia. I see. They bracketed it in the end, which is I think it's fallen out of favor quite a bit. It might literally be against the NSDA rules, but you'd have to fact check me on that. I would say in general, you should not bracket in words like and. And countries with possible proliferating intentions, such as Iran. The nature of such an association is intrinsically risky. In this sense, any transit or deployment of nuclear weapons in the region derived from those relationships would violate this treaty and should be prevented at any rate. Several problems here. One, no reason at all why China would deploy or move any nuclear weapons into Latin America. Second of all, if it wanted to, there's no reason why this would specifically be tied to mining. Also, I'm sort of failing to see the link to like criminal enterprises that we talked about earlier. Um, I guess the argument could be that like the terrorist groups steal nukes, but that's not in this card at all. That would be like a crazy extrapolation, I think. And so it doesn't seem to be linked to the other impact. If anything, like this is just a separate impact card. Uh, and then this is a different one as well. Neither of them really have a terminal. Oh, I guess this one does because it has the nuclear weapons stuff or whatever. But this one doesn't have an internal link at all because one, it's not unique to China. Like again, it says it is also related to Russia, also related to Iran, etc. So not just China. Two, no reason why China has any intentions at all to deploy or move any nuclear weapons into the region. Three, there is no reason why this is tied specifically to mining or extraction of natural resources. China has a lot of other reasons to be in the region: soft power, displacement of US hegemony in its backyard, things like other investments in the region through the Belt and Road Initiative, which are not strictly dependent on extraction. There's just a lot of different reasons why China would be in the region. It buys a bunch of soybeans, for example, in the form of imports from Brazil, and again, arguably would probably shift a lot of its current extraction to imports, still from the same countries, which would continue its incentives to have trade relationships with these countries in the region, which would then, I guess, pose the same risk. Although I don't really know what the risk is in this case, since it's not really explained in the card or tied to the topic or the rest of the cards in the contention. But then we just jump to like nuclear war could lead to extinction. Okay. What is this? This is a terminal impact, I guess. No, is it? No, this is a different contention. This is about the DRC, I think. Yeah, the M23 rebel movement is the Rwandan sponsored rebels in the DRC. Yeah, it does say DRC. Okay. Destabilizing the eastern provinces, further escalating tensions. I actually, by the way, the DRC stuff is really interesting. I wrote a paper on it for a class in college. I might just like link that in my video description. So if you're interested in learning more about the DRC, or if you want context about any DRC arguments, because we're seeing them pop up quite a bit on the pro, either as entire contentions, like this one appears to be, or as examples for other contentions. So it might be good to read up about like the history of it. At the very least, you could find like things like alt causes and stuff, and maybe get a bit more context for what we're talking about, which is something that I recommend doing with all sorts of scenarios that we're discussing. But let's continue reading this. So, the intensification of conflicts and subsequent humanitarian crises reflects a wider governance collapse. Yep. Created fertile grounds for the rise of non-state actors and international intervention. I expect that the rest of this contention is going to be how China has fueled the conflicts within the DRC. Notably, this card obviously is not just about China. I don't think it mentions China. Maybe it does at some point in the small text. But international intervention includes lots of other actors. And the fact that this has made it a ripe condition for international intervention also implies that there could be a zero-sum aspect of this, where if China wasn't in it, then the counterfactual would be or the comparative would be that some other international actor comes in and replaces China. You could think of like the Wagner Group from Russia, or other PMCs or other international actors that might step in. Obviously, the pro has an incentive to explain why it's most likely that the international actors that would step in are stabilizing instead of destabilizing. They might select the West, although it's very disputable that the West would actually have a stabilizing influence on the DRC. They've tried for a while to attempt to stabilize the DRC and have largely failed and in some cases actively backfired. The UN also tried some missions. I think MINUSCO was DRC. It might have been a different country. But definitely did not work and had a lot of controversies embedded in it as well. I also wrote a paper on that actually that I will put in the description. The next card, Treasury. Okay, U.S. Department of Treasury. Interesting. M23 has rapidly expanded its control. Companies in the DRC and China. Companies in the DRC and China. I guess grammatically this implies in the DRC and in China. Just highlighting that for T international uses that are engaged in trading conflict-linked minerals from the DRC on international markets, often through Rwanda. Right. So like the M23 rebels take the minerals from Eastern Congo and then take them into Rwanda and then they export them often, for example, to China. Also, like the UAE, for example, gets a bunch of gold from Rwanda that are kind of off the books. The conflict minerals trade is exacting a deadly toll on Congolese civilians, fueling corruption and preventing law-abiding businesses from investing in the DRC. That makes sense. Unclear how uniquely this is linked to China. Like it seems like, from my understanding, China's role in this conflict is mostly that it is a source of demand, which again is not just from the PRC, but would be from Chinese consumers in general, maybe facilitated by imports from Rwanda, for example. But that's not going to stop, and if anything, might increase after you vote pro. And so it's unclear just how directly this is linked to specifically Chinese mining projects, which are the majority of its extractive industries in the DRC. Illicit trade and exploitation of certain minerals that contribute to ongoing instability in the Eastern DRC. Again, like the instability comes from exploitation of these minerals because it is in those cases where rebel groups are exploiting the minerals, are the ones extracting them, not in the cases where literally like a Chinese company like Zijin Mining is extracting, or I think like the CMOC group, maybe, I don't know, other groups are extracting them. Like these seem to be separate cases that are just being conflated together. Like I failed to see the link between them at all. Blah 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 blah. Rwanda. Yeah, before being transported to major refining and processing countries such as China. So again, like this is completely like just not linked to the topic, I think, because they're still going to be a major refining and processing country. That means that they will be a destination for DRC minerals either way, coming through Rwanda. Minerals sourced from conflict affected areas, which by the way are not the areas that the mines from China would presumably be in, right? Like the mines, I don't actually know this for sure, but I'm assuming that the conflict affected areas have less overlap with the areas that China is specifically mining in. Although that might be completely wrong. So please do fact check me on that. But that would be an additional response if that's true. Indirectly benefit armed groups who raise funds by selling minerals and imposing illegal taxation schemes. Again, like I feel like there's a very easy link turn here, which is that it's true that there are armed groups that are illegally mining different resources like coltan and cobalt, copper, etc., gold in the Eastern DRC. And it is also true that there are Chinese companies that are legally extracting minerals from the DRC that are paying local taxes to the DRC and probably helping public spending and perhaps even contributing actively to stability. If those Chinese companies leave, like, who do you think fills their place? Probably the armed groups. They just expand into that area that's left behind that is resource rich, which just further fuels and intensifies the conflict, if anything, by giving a new mineral lifeline to all of these armed groups that, currently the armed groups cannot mine in the same place as the Chinese legal companies, because the Chinese companies are there. So there seems to be a bit of a trade-off between the two. So I would say that this is a very easy link turn that you can make, even just analytically. Next evidence, Nunez in 25. The M23 rebel group has relative autonomy over numerous mines and farmland, which allows it and other paramilitary groups to illicitly export mined products and gain control over villages. Again, not related to China. They engage in human rights abuses and war crimes and operate within a system of local warlord politics. Okay, China. Here we go. China, which has held a functional monopoly over DRC critical mineral mining and export infrastructure since the early 2000s, holds the advantage for pricing access to mining fields and economic autonomy over those resources. Um, so how is this connected? Um, I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm actually there is an argument here that is actually maybe a like I'm actually confused why they're not highlighting the link to art local artisanal mining. Right? This says that millions of Congolese rely on artisanal mining, and Congolese local mining relies on physical labor. It contrasts to the more sophisticated Chinese mining, and then it says China has a virtual monopoly over mining in critical mineral mining in the DRC, whereas local populations struggle to maintain access to a stable income, which might imply that if you take China out, then artisanal mining, local mining picks up, which would actually be a good thing because it would perhaps become an economic lifeline for millions in the Congo, which might keep them out of the kind of vulnerability that leads them to join like rebel groups or other paramilitary groups. So that might be an interesting link approach on the pro, but I'm not seeing that being highlighted here. Chinese state-owned enterprises have established a functional monopoly over the country's mining operation. Again, this is probably over the legal mining operation. Like it still seems to be competing against the illegal, like armed groups that are also doing shady mining and then like transferring it to Rwanda. And the legal, yeah, again, like, as wait, what? Over the country's mining operation as and. Perhaps there's something that's been taken out here or missing. I don't know. Or perhaps I'm silly. Wait. Over the past 20 years, Chinese state-owned enterprises have established a functional monopoly over the country's mining operation as okay, maybe it's just a typo. And the legal mineral market. But again, legal mineral market. Legal, but not the entire mineral market, because there's a lot of it that goes illegally to the armed groups. And perhaps there's a trade-off between the two. This dominance, coupled with predatory contracts that lack payment transparency, have fueled corruption. This is a good link. Led to community displacement, also a good link, and helped enable illicit mining. Why? I mean, that's great. That's fantastic. But why? For China, access to the DRC's mineral wealth is key to its domination of the global electronics, critical minerals, EVs, semiconductor sectors. China's deep investment in the DRC's mineral market is inseparable from its economic and strategic interests in Africa. China's monopoly inhibited the DRC from developing its own markets and economic infrastructure, thus deepening its economic dependence. I really like this card. I think that's very good. Um, as long as you can link that back to illegal mining. But I don't know what the warrant is for why China's contracts have enabled illicit mining. Perhaps the argument is like China corners the legal mining market, which prevents the rise of local artisanal miners. That forces them into legal mining or something like that, or that prevents a broader rise in legal mining locally, which means that is more space for illegal mining to become profitable. I don't know. There's probably a lot of different arguments there. Um, Very interesting though. This is a good card. I would look further into this card maybe. Um, Harris 25. I don't like how this card is cut, by the way, though. Like Chinese predatory contracts enable illicit mining. Like, this just doesn't have anything close to a warrant. This is just purely an assertion that seems to just be like an opinion article from like some BA in international relations at the University of Delaware, which is also the degree that I have, by the way. Okay, Harris 25. Let's see. M23 has established de facto governance. Armed militias in the DRC sustain their operations by exploiting mineral wealth. They control mining sites and extort mine operators, using their profits to buy weapons, pay fighters, and fund massacres, displacement, forced labor, atrocities against civilians. Militias strike deals with firms. Chinese-owned Kunhao Mining supplied AK-47s and money to that militia for access to a gold site. That's interesting. So this is pretty crazy. Um, I guess that's an independent link, perhaps, that like these Chinese-owned companies are literally like giving guns to local militias for access to sites. Um, Wild. But also, as crazy as this sounds, I don't know that it is even a comparative link because again, like the reason that this happened was because presumably this militia was controlling the gold site illegally. And so the Chinese owned company gave them weapons in order to get access to the gold site. But let's say that hadn't happened. Let's say that the militia would continue controlling the gold site. They probably would have used the profits to buy guns anyway. Um, and so I'm not so sure how different it is. Like, obviously, this sounds bad, but yeah, I don't know. Like, there's still an argument to be made here that like this also sort of proves the trade-off for the link turn that like the Chinese-owned companies are literally taking away the mining sites for the militia groups that would use those to profit, um, which is interesting. Although, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Um, Maybe there's like a short-term, long-term weighing thing. I don't know. Like it's okay that China gives them money in the short term because they lose their long-term like profit opportunities or something. Um, but maybe that's wrong. Okay, next card. The DRC has entered a new destabilizing stage. Not much resistance. M23's latest push expands wider instability for the entire region. I also want to note, by the way, that like the M23 stuff is absolutely non-unique. Like, or I guess there's no link to solving it, I should say. Like, there are so many factors that are causing the violence in Eastern Congo. And M23 is probably the biggest group, and they're being sponsored pretty directly by Rwanda, which means all of this is probably going to happen with or without China being in the region. So even if they do prove that China fuels this, like, what does fuel really, like, to what extent is it fueled? Is it like 10% worse because China has mining projects there? Very unclear, I think. And again, what's the alternative? Like China, if it is true that China still needs the minerals from the DRC, they will just directly buy them off of the black market or something, which seems like an even more direct, more direct like fuel on the fire. As the fighting expands, these human costs, as well as wider instability for the entire region, are likely to escalate. Yada yada yada. M23 armed protagonists may decide to pursue military solutions, a scenario that would be a repeat of the Second Congo War. Oh yeah, this is talking about like the DRC and Rwanda, for example, could go to war, which is something that is low-key and underrated impact scenario that we talked about a lot when I took a class on Rwanda. We actually we talked about it with Paul Kagame, who is the president of Rwanda. And he was like, "What are you talking about? We're not going to go to war with the DRC." But he also denied having any contact with the M23 as well, which is probably false given UN reports. But yeah, he was low key. He was on my Zoom, the same Zoom that I'm using right now to record this video, which is pretty crazy. Um, so okay, let's continue. Perrin's 22. A little bit outdated, but not too bad. Conflict in Eastern DRC could engulf. Okay, this is it doesn't matter that it's outdated because this is just a generic impact scenario. Although I guess like why hasn't it happened yet? Conflict in the DRC, Eastern DRC could engulf Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi, lead to massive instability in Central and East Africa, leading to the expansion of Islamist extremist groups. In the event of broader regional conflict, Chinese companies or the Chinese state may choose to call in private military contractors to protect their interests. This is really interesting because this makes the impact scenario somewhat unique. Although there's not a terminal impact of why it matters that the Chinese state calls in private military contractors. But that probably would only happen if the Chinese companies are there doing extraction projects. Although I wonder if there are Chinese companies in the DRC for reasons other than extraction. Honestly, in the DRC case, maybe not. Russian proxies may also attempt to embed themselves in the DRC. So I guess that makes this part of the of the argument non-unique. Again, we're talking about things like the Wagner Group create a security relationship against Western interests. Okay, cool. Finnegan 20. Africa conflicts. Okay, this is just like generically like conflicts in Africa impact. Okay, Africa conflicts erupted in violence with the coronavirus pandemic and the ensuing economic crisis. Tensions are threatening to flare up. That seems like a whole bunch of non-uniques. Wait, what the heck? So like any economic crisis could cause this? Into all-out crises, nuclear war. Wait, what? Threats of nuclear war. Wait. This is just unrelated to Africa. Wait, hold on. From rogue states to regional tensions. At the start of 2020, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists made a dramatic announcement. Its famed doomsday clock was the closest to midnight it's ever been, with the threats of nuclear war and climate change growing ever more acute. Unrelated to conflicts in Africa, by the way. So I don't know why you're highlighting nuclear war. That seems sort of not very germane to the card. National leaders have ended or undermined several major arms control treaties and negotiations, lowered barriers to nuclear war. Terrorism threat expands, seizing instability across Africa, gaining strength in the Congo, and a bunch of other places. So those are all non-uniques. But also, like, this is not linked to nuclear weapons in the card. I think this is a bit of a dishonest cutting of this card. But okay, so that's the Eden Prairie AF. Pretty interesting stuff. Okay, we're going to briefly talk about some of the arguments from Lakeville at the round robin. They were trying to use some plans and counterplans. So here's one example. Not only this is this a counterplan, it's also like a particularly weird counterplan. That it's just like it's sort of like a counterplan trick that I've seen floating around. That's just like our counterplan is the definition of a counterplan. So we'll like tell you about it after the round ends or after you vote for us. Um, I think it is silly. I think it is just deeply silly. The most important thing that I want to talk about here, this is not about the topic, but I don't know why people are doing this, especially at Blake. Like literally on the live doc that is linked on the tab room page, it says that they're following NSDA rules, and NSDA rules explicitly say that you're not allowed to counterplan. So I especially don't know why they would call it a counterplan straight up. Plus, at the tournament, which is the case in many other tournaments as well, there's a formal mechanism for like making a rules complaint about a round. So like if you don't win the theory argument as a TKO against the counterplan, you can literally go to tab and tell them that there was a rules violation, or you could use that to sort of blackmail the judge into voting for you. I don't think that this is a good strategy to read these things. Also, like I've heard a lot of people in this discourse say things like, "Oh, lots of tournaments don't follow NSDA rules," which is true, but tons of tournaments do. Like I be very careful with this is all I'm saying. Like if you plan to read any plans or counter plans, which I don't think you should because that's not really it's not really like how PF resolutions are logically coded. Like PF resolutions logically imply if then statements. That's like if this happens, then it would be good. Uh, Preferable to the status quo. They don't log they're not the same should as the should in policy and LD. That's why our fiat is different. That's why the con can go first. That's why et cetera, et cetera. There's just a million different reasons why this is true. Um, and so I think that it's sort of like I'll publish a different video, I'm sure, about why I don't think that plans and counterplans should be in PF. But just like regardless of whether they should be in PF, they are not in PF. And the vast majority of national circuit tournaments, like I know that for sure, for example, tournaments like Blake, tournaments like Yale, tournaments like Harvard, tournaments like the TOC, they all have specific mentions of following NSTA rules. Even if they don't follow all of them to a T, they make explicit when they don't. And for the tournaments that don't say what rules they follow, I think that it is just like, even if they aren't necessarily following the rules, like the NSD rules seem to be the only basis that is most predictable for everyone for what the rules of public forum would be. So I don't know, a mini rant. I'll publish a video on it later, but I just want to note this if people are looking through the wiki and they see this kind of stuff. But okay, here's some substance from Lakeville. So this is just the same warming argument we've seen before. So they read this UN Environmental Program evidence from 2025 that we are going to exceed the Paris Agreement right now. So bad things happening now. Actually, wait, what? Global temperatures are on track to exceed a more achievable goal. Okay, yeah. So okay. Wait, what? I'm actually confused why they're reading this. This seems to be saying that things are bad. I don't know. I don't think it matters that much. It's just like climate uniqueness. REMs are key for climate change reduction, right? So like we are perhaps not on track. Like in terms of emissions, we're not on track, but we will be on track. We are on track to get on track, or maybe something like that, right? With the next evidence that like REMs are key. So again, rare earth minerals. Countries must decarbonize, blah, 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 blah. China produces 67% of the world's rare earth elements, and is also securing mining rights in Africa. That and is interesting. Does that imply that that's separate from the 60 to 70%? Because if that is the case, then that is just a massive non-unique. If it's implying that the 60 to 70% is within China's borders, then you just get the domestic comparative and you just smack it with that. US is 100% dependent, Chinese researchers, blah, 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 blah. Oh, this is good. New electrokinetic method, which improves the efficiency of leaching, that lowers the amount of chemicals needed. The method extracts more rare earth elements than traditional mining and pollutes less. That's cool. So that could be a really interesting argument, actually, that the con could use is like Chinese extraction of rare earth minerals is uniquely effective or uniquely efficient and uniquely good for the environment or uniquely less bad for the environment, I guess. And it's proprietary knowledge, meaning that like it cannot be easily copied. That part is maybe harder to win. But if you do win that, then it implies that even if there is a fill-in or an attempted fill-in, it will be less effective, meaning that it will have a lower supply that results from it of rare earth minerals in total, and it will be worse for the environment in the process. This is the kind of comparative stuff that I'm looking for, right? Countries rely on Chinese REMs. Sure. I mean, we've heard all of this before. I've talked about all of this before as well. Again, 92% for processing. That is a monopsony. Countries rely on Chinese REMs for climate change goals. No other country would be able to replace China. So this is how they're trying to spike out the comparative. But I just haven't read anything that could spike out all of the comparatives. Johnson et al. 23. No country has exploited them like China. Yeah, because China's cornering the market. So if they decreased, then perhaps other countries would. China has established a controlling position each step, again, every step, which means vertical integration and not just extraction, which means they would still have control, even if extraction was diluted. Competitive advantage, blah, blah, blah. Demand is rising. That implies a non-unique incentive for companies to go and exploit them. Current European production is negligible. Again, maybe it would increase if we change something. EU self-sufficient mining industry is not possible. Okay, I guess that would sort of spike it, but I wonder why. Um, I wonder why that is the case. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, doesn't seem to be a warrant for that. I bet that you could do it. Brussels needs to go further. Beijing subsidizes their industry, keeps prices opaque, and controls the market through export quotas, which they only are able to do because they have a monopoly over it. So if they didn't, then maybe this would go away, which would decrease some of the barriers to green tech. The Chinese have perfected the industry for a long time. That part is good because that helps you establish the comparative. But again, fully automated the processes might not just be about extraction. Or I guess it's definitely not just about extraction, but it might not be about extraction. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're the best at extraction, and I'm wrong, which would be a good comparative for the con. Few believe Europe can replace China completely. That's a good line. But again, like they could have replaced them partially, and then someone else could replace them partially. And again, it's all partial to begin with because the resolution is not totally restricting Chinese uh, extraction. One, because it's not restricting it domestically, and two, because it's substantial, not like a total ending of international resource extraction. It is too late for Europe to completely shrug off its dependency on China. Yeah, but they could probably, dig into it a bit. Every degree matters. Yeah, I like this card. I mean, it's classic. Climate change will lead to extinction. Sure. Okay, so classic. I mean, we've talked about this argument a million times already, and I think this one shares my same complaints, although it has a few parts that offer an interesting comparative about like how China has unique knowledge or technology that other countries don't have access to that makes it uniquely like different in some way when it is doing the extraction. Although it's notable that if you do go down that hole, like that becomes the argument, right? It's not just a front line. Like the link becomes the small difference between China extracting and other countries extracting. Um, I do think that difference is somewhat small. I'll briefly humor the time travel trick that Lakeville was reading. The argument is that they traveled back in time and they know what happens in the future and they know that you have to vote for their side as a result. I think that this is like incredibly easy to answer because the other team can just say that they traveled back in time and Lakeville did not. There's like a spike to this at the end that says, like we introduced the argument and we're the only people who were sent back from the future. But like, I don't know why it matters that they introduced the argument. Like, why can't the other team just copy paste this and just read this and say like they just tried to mimic us and like they knew we were going to say this, so they copied it beforehand because I don't know, I don't know. Like, there's probably some stuff that like they could just say this in a different way. counter assert the same thing. The better answer is probably just like you're lying. You did not travel back in time. Either A, like time travel is only theoretical. But more importantly, B, like the probability that you're lying is very high because you have a competitive incentive to do so, which is the better warrant than this like flawed futuristic mindset. Like probably the epistemic filter is more on competitive incentives. Um, Else you could just claim something even better than time travel. Like you could claim like I am all knowing, uh, and I know everything about everything, including everything about morality, which is not encapsulated in their like time travel thing, right? Because like the time travel thing is just about consequentialism. So you could say like I am an all-knowing being that knows everything about morality, and like I know that like this is you are morally obligated to vote for me, and that consequentialism is false or something. I don't know. Like again, it just becomes an assertion fest, and so these probably cancel each other out, and this argument just loses to like a 10-second answer. But I don't know. It's a funny argument. I just think it's bad. This was Lakeville's round robin AF, by the way, which was also a plan. First of all, same thing I said earlier. At this tournament, you were not allowed to have plans, so I think this should just auto lose. This plan is also extra topical, meaning it advocates for the resolution and something beyond the resolution. They try to say that it's not extra topical using some dictionary definitions of extraction, but I think this just obviously fails because they have just failed to highlight this in a coherent way. They say that extraction is the process of separating out something, but the first definition here says extraction is the action of removing something. For example, yanking out a tooth. And then the second definition says it's the process of separating out something from a chemical mixture or compound. Furthermore, this does not interact with the context of the sentence of the resolution, which says natural resource extraction. So the next card that they say that they try to use to wiggle into this that says legally separating capital from democratic control. Capital is not a natural resource, neither is democratic control, and it's not separating it from a chemical mixture or removing it. I think that it's sort of very silly, and just certainly extra topical, meaning that they are advocating for something that is not within the scope of the resolution. There are many answers to this, that this is unfair, but I think one of the best ones is also like, in addition to all the reasons why it is wrong, you should also just do it yourself. Like, there's no reason that they get to be extra topical and you can't. So then I would just abuse the heck out of this. I would just be like, okay, then on our side, what we're gonna do is we're gonna increase China's natural resource extraction, but only in these particular ways, using all of these different solutions that are going to solve every single problem in the entire planet. And we're going to do this in the best possible way that has zero harms and only benefits. And then they'll probably make a fuss, and like you'll be like, yeah, exactly. See, not so fair is it after all? Um, there are some interesting things that do function as like actual substance here, though. A lot of these cards are about how China is hurting Africa in different ways. They like to say colonialist structures a lot, like Sino-imperialism. A lot of this is kind of word soup, result in children, Chinese pollute the local. And I don't like the use of the Chinese here. That seems kind of weird. Resulting in children born with deformities, poisoning of livestock, destruction of land, etc. So this does seem to be actual substance offense, though. Um, although the loans probably aren't, if they aren't linked directly to the mining projects. Um, but I guess the answers to this are just sort of like the extraction will happen either way, and perhaps by an even worse actor without China. Although I think that there's like actually very good offense on the AF that's just like China being complicit in this is bad, and there's maybe a moral obligation to reduce it, even if we believe that one of the possible, even likely alternatives is that a different actor fills in and continues doing it. I think this is like an underrated argument, and I think that more people should be reading like soft deontic arguments. We kind of demonize these as like fill positions, but I think they're actually quite simple and quite intuitive, and you don't have to like read Kant to do this. Um, the rest of this is interesting. Here's like an independent link too, that global climate solvency is contingent on preserving the African carbon sink. Although I don't think they've read any evidence that this like dismantles the carbon sink. Maybe I just didn't see it. But I think there's an interesting like deforestation argument to be made here that links into climate change. We'll probably see that pop up again. But again, the same things apply. Like perhaps the deforestation would continue in some other form. I think that a lot of the con responses to arguments on the pro should come in the form of A, China is actually reforming, or China has incentives to do this better, or it's restricting its company from doing these bad practices, and B, the actors that would be most likely to fill in to do the extraction no matter what would be, if not equally bad, like if not worse, at the very least equally bad as the things that China is doing right now. Okay, the next round robin team that we're going to analyze is Lexington MS. This is their con. I think they actually went pro every round of the round robin, despite what their wiki says. And they read Japan and LIO every time. But we're going to look at their con first. So let's just read through it first. So contention one is the EU. The EU is dependent on China. Self-sufficiency fails. Calabrese 25. Europe is overwhelmingly dependent on China, ill-equipped to pivot quickly. Reliance for is 100% for heavy rare earths, and 97% for magnesium, which is essential for aerospace and automotive manufacturing. China controls over 90% of global rare earth processing, including refining and alloy production, making it the linchpin of supply chains for clean energy, defense, and digital technologies. Europe's dependence is not just on raw materials, but the entire value chain. Um, Interesting. China has established a controlling position at each step. This strategy prioritizes geopolitical leverage over profitability. Also interesting. Europe's ambition to diversify rare earth supply chains and achieve strategic autonomy confronts a complex set of structural, environmental, and geopolitical constraints, makes it difficult to diversify. And China's entrenched position through long-standing commercial and political networks. Finally, global competition limits the availability of alternative supply sources. Okay, so I'm assuming this argument says that if China stops extracting international natural resources, then Europe will maybe lose its economy or maybe lose, I think it might be about the military as well, or even perhaps like a Europe specific green tech argument. Regardless of what it is, this has all of the problems of the green tech arguments that we talked about earlier and more. Those problems being that alternative players will fill in and then send the minerals to Europe, or the Europe, or more likely even the minerals will still go to China either way. And one of the biggest reasons is because, exactly as it says here, again, they have complete control over every step of the value chain, which means they're the sole buyer of many of the rare earth minerals and the raw materials. Plus, this independently becomes a deficit on the solvency, I guess, or I guess a deficit on the link, that is, like a reason why the link is not so bad. Or no, not a reason why the link is not so bad. Um, what would that actually look like? I don't know. Point is, Europe's dependence is not just on raw materials, means they're dependent on other things as well. And so, although I don't know if this matters in this case. Like, if they are dependent on China for raw materials as well, um, then maybe it doesn't. But I guess the argument here could be like, this means that China will still send them the things that they need in the form of the rest of the value chain, right? So it's like, even if Europe does not get the minerals from China, China will still have the rest of the products that they will continue to send to Europe. But I don't know, perhaps this still depends on the minerals. Either way, same problems as the green tech argument. Okay. Continued EU arsenal. Yeah, okay, it is military. Continued EU arsenals key to keeping Russia localized in Ukraine. I mean, that makes sense. I'm not going to read that card, to be honest. Specifically, Chinese samarium deters Russia. Zero alternatives. Okay. I bet that China gets the samarium from within its borders. Wait, actually, let's look this up real quick. Samarium, China mine deposits, maybe. Just Googling real quick. China holds dominant control over samarium due to its massive deposits, particularly at the Bayan Obo mine. Where's the Bayan Obo mine? It's in Inner Mongolia. Yeah, so okay. Zero alternatives from China because China domestically holds some of the biggest deposits of samarium. That's what I thought. Okay, so let's see. To rearm their militaries as they face up against a more aggressive Russia, blah, 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 blah. Critical minerals for the EU secure the bloc supply. Without a flow of minerals, there's no rearmament. Diversification from China will take 8 to 12 years. That's a pretty good card. European nations are scrambling to raise their spending on defense. Also, like it takes 8 to 12 years, not just because of mines, but because of refineries and manufacturing, which China would still control either way. A lack of access to critical minerals could disrupt that initiative, and tilt the scales of geopolitics. There is no real alternative to China's supply of samarium, a rare earth mineral crucial for magnets that can withstand high temperatures and advanced military gear. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. I mean, China still controls samarium either way. I don't think there's a measurable decrease in samarium after the pro happens. Russia militarization is quick post-AF. Malyazov, 25. Moscow's ambition beyond Ukraine, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read the rest of this. I think this just makes sense. There's more war if Europe can't contain Russia. And then, oh, here's an interesting spike. Substantial decline forces lash out. So I guess this is also like Russia is independently dependent on China economically. And so a weaker Russia becomes economically the stronger it needs to appear for both domestic and foreign audiences. That makes sense. Probably the same thing for China. The Russian economy has been weak. It is hard to think of a period when it was booming. That seems to be bad uniqueness. Yet, in spite of this, the Russians have fought appallingly expensive wars and either fought the enemy to a bloody standstill or defeated them outright. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think this is just somewhat non-unique. Um, Also, there's no explanation of how dependent on China Russia is, I think. Maybe this is. Oh, yeah, this says that. Never mind. They depend on they only refine 2%. They only mine and refine about 2% of its own consumption. 98% of materials imported from foreign sources, overwhelmingly from China. I think it is a little bit dishonest to say 98% from China, but whatever. Russia faces countless roadblocks. Also, like others could probably fill in for a lot of this stuff. Lacking refining capacities. Again, it's mostly refining, not mining, although it's probably a little bit of both. Natural resource production will continue to underpin the country's economic model. Okay, so the argument is just Russia's economy will decline more if China decreases its international resource extraction, but that's only true if no one takes the reins. I suppose there's going to be a time gap argument where people say that the transition takes too long, and they'll use the card from before with the EU example that it will take like 12 years to replace China. But that's talking about every step of the value chain. Plus, I don't think it's actually talking about, it's not in the context of this resolution. And in my view, the most likely way that the implementation actually happens for the resolution is that it's very smooth. Like, I think that China is just going to sell each of the mining projects one by one to other competent companies, train them on how to do it, and then lock in supply guarantees, and then like over the course of a month, gradually transition operations so that the new company is taking over. And there's like not even they don't even stop mining. Like they just transfer all of the same employees, like the 90% of Peruvians in Las Bambas that are going to continue working there. And then the next company just takes over sort of smoothly, like just an acquisition. And so this seems to be how it normally happens. I don't think that that would really create like this crazy time gap. And there's no reason why Chinese companies specifically are the only ones that can operate these mines. Oftentimes, they're the ones who bought the mines from other companies to begin with. Um, so maybe they operate them more efficiently at best. But this seems to be like a marginal difference between the two sides that definitely wouldn't tank like China's amount of minerals. Plus, the evidence that they cited earlier said that China is often extracting resources in a way that prioritizes geopolitics over profits, which means, if anything, they might shift away from that after voting pro toward a more profit motivated model, which might actually get them more money that they could use to prop up the Russian economy to a greater extent, while still being able to maintain dominance over minerals in the form of things like imports and supply guarantees from contracts. Okay. Goes nuclear, blah, 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 extinction, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, par for the course. Okay, contingent two. is China. Very descriptive contention title. Uh, I wouldn't have guessed it, you know. Okay, okay, this is just legitimacy, which is what we've talked about before as well. Xi's grip on is fragile, but his expansionist agenda keeps it together. Chelany, 25. New purge deepens mistrust. Xi remains insecure, increases risk of end of his rule, could usher in political instability. Xi's emphasis on personal fealty and conformity, prosecutions, anxiety, has advanced his expansionist agenda, rule through fear. Okay. Protecting Chinese interests is key to keeping his power. Blanchette, 21. That's pretty old evidence. But I don't think it matters that much. Xi is on a mission. His political authority to assert China's influence on the international stage, protecting core interests. He is impatient with the status quo, the anxious overseer that is struggling to keep its grip on power. His wolf warrior nationalism will forestall policy alternatives. Okay, more stuff. Let's see, problems. I don't love how this card is cut. Xi's agenda to assert interests on the global stage has become a point of national pride. Risks are daunting, but not yet existential. Cool. International extraction is specifically key. So when people say K2, it's key to, important to, essential to, necessary for Chinese legitimacy. Williams, 25. China's strategic control over rare earth is pivotal factor in economic power. Significant for the supply. So again, like all of these legitimacy arguments are just the econ argument repackaged with a different impact and slightly different uniqueness, maybe. Ironically, like they leave out the econ uniqueness, which is weird because they just have the same link as the econ DA. It's weird how that works. You know, like you title a contingent something different, and suddenly, like you think that you don't have to have the link uniqueness there anymore. Um, but yeah, I mean, interesting argument, but still has all of these same problems and more that the econ DA had that we looked at before. So just cross apply all of my feedback there on this one. You know, like I don't think it'll be a huge decline in the economy. And extraction is empirically and foundational. Okay, maybe this is comparative. Is this actually unique? Hopefully. Let's see. Mineral development and technological advancement are vital components. Wait, I clicked on a link on accident. Vital components underpinning economic progress. Stimulates structural transformation, increases productivity, and fosters innovation. Not seeing anything that says it's unique. I guess it's this part. Achieving higher economic growth necessitates a strategic focus on technological innovation and efficient mineral exploitation. It is imperative to address the challenge of mineral depletion, which poses a significant obstacle to sustained growth. The mining sector is vital in accelerating urbanization and industrialization by providing rare raw materials to fulfill increasing resource requirements. I guess my question here is why can't, like, I don't see a warrant why this is unique. This seems to be a bunch of random claims and assertions. I just don't see a single warrant why they can't just import the minerals. Um, like they get them either way. Why do they need to be the ones doing it? And again, like why do they need to be the ones doing it in other countries as well? I don't actually think there's a warrant in this card. Economic decline causes diversionary war that goes nuclear. Beckley 24 classic. Okay. Beckley and Brands. If China uses military force against Taiwan, result could be war. Yeah. Although, where's the diversionary part? Let's see. Is it China's? Okay, yeah, it's this part. As China's economy struggles, some observers, including US intelligence analysts, are looking for signs that a peaking China might turn aggressive in order to distract attention from internal problems. But this non-uniques itself. It says that this is happening already. And again, you forgot to put in econ uniqueness. So this is the only uniqueness on econ in this contention, I think, which is problematic. Independently, CCP legitimacy decline causes extinction. Why? Leadership distracts from domestic troubles by pouring oil onto regional conflicts and engaging in military adventurism. Rivalry with the US creates de facto state of war in cyberspace. Decision making in multilateral institutions is blocked. Progress stalls on issues from climate and trade. Cool. Nuclear prolif, etc., etc. I mean, where's the extinction part? I mean, this is just like an impact card that needs a bunch of terminal impact cards, but I mean, I guess it's fine. It's just like a laundry list scenario, which is interesting. But I also don't know. I mean, I guess it's fine. This is probably a fine impact card. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I like it. I think it's fine. I think it's a decent argument. Okay, this is the pro case from Lexington. So they ran this quite frequently at the round robin. The first contention they went for was Japan. So this is about the Senkaku Islands. There's territorial disputes between China and Japan over the Senkaku Islands. Both of them claim that they own them. And so I guess the argument here, without having really read it very much, is that China doing extraction, or like perhaps the root cause of China wanting access to these islands is in order to do extraction. A couple problems I foresee is one, this depends heavily on our interpretation of international extraction, because like if we're viewing it from the viewpoint of the CCP, then I guess this is technically domestic extraction, if it is true that like the Senkakus are owned by China. Although I guess it is pretty easy to say like no, the Senkakus under like the UN Conventional Law of the Sea, for example, are definitely owned by Japan. And so this would count as international resource extraction. Although another problem that I haven't seen pointed out a lot, especially with these very narrow scenarios on the con, is just like if this one thing is so important to China, um, like why would this be where the substantial decrease in international resource extraction comes from? Like certainly China could do a substantial decrease in international resource extraction without decreasing extraction from the Senkakus. It's kind of unclear why the extraction has to come like from everywhere all at once in like a blanket fashion. Like surely if China actually did decrease extraction, they would decrease it in some areas more than others. And it seems like there are many reasons to suspect they would not decrease it in this particular area given their apparent risk tolerance in this area. Plus, I think there are a lot of other incentives for China to be staking claims to the Senkakus. Most of this deals with things like the Nine Dash Line, and they're like historical claims to territory and sovereignty issues, which are very core to the Xi Jinping's sort of domestic doctrines and the propaganda that spread within China to support the CCP and its like historical legacy, etc. So it might not be entirely related, just or at all exclusively related to extraction, which means that it might not be as tied to the resolution uniquely as people think it is. But let's just read the argument. So natural resource tensions over the Senkaku Islands are fueling Sino-Japanese tensions that force military conflict. It's a bold statement for a tag. Let's see what the card actually says. Tensions escalated in the East China Sea after China built structures for natural gas extraction near the Senkaku Islands, which Japan perceived as a violation of its territorial sovereignty. I mean, they've been feuding over these islands for like decades. I don't know. I just don't really believe this scenario. Tokyo appealed to Beijing. Beijing rejected the Japanese concerns. The Chinese boldness amid its growing military presence near the Senkaku Islands may not have gone well with Japan. Former Japanese blah, 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 believed, as he perceived the assertive military moves as a signs of a potential landing operation. China has been trying to proclaim its sovereignty over the, again, this is like a reason why the tensions will probably exist regardless. They have been steadily upgrading their equipment and capabilities, including ship deployments, helicopter operations, and specialized training for personnel tasked with disembarking and carrying out missions on the ground, like at the islands. These all seem to be non-uniques to me, or like reasons why the tensions will persist and will not be solved. Like this is a pro. So is this a pro? Yeah, this is a pro. So these are your solvency deficits, I suppose. China's intensified military activities have created a situation that could seriously impact Japan's security. Again, unclear that the intensified military activities around the Senkakus are directly or exclusively linked to extraction. The extraction seems to just be like sort of a secondary thing. Japan has begun, if anything, the extraction seems to be like it sort of seems to be reverse causal. Like the reason that they're doing extraction is in order to assert sovereignty, not the other way around. Japan has begun taking measures to strengthen its military capabilities, especially near the Senkakus. Tokyo has increased defense spending. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Moreover, it's conducting joint naval drills. Bilateral tensions are slowly preparing the ground for a full-fledged conflict. Wait, what? As Japan has started retaliating against Chinese intrusion, the bilateral tensions are slowly preparing the ground for a full-fledged conflict. Um, I wonder if that actually means military conflict. I kind of think it might not, but I don't know. Who am I to say? Maybe the rest of the article would clarify that. I encourage you to go read it. Next, a Chinese conventional invasion of the Senkakus goes nuclear due to use or lose pressures by US retaliation. Why is there a Chinese conventional invasion? How did we get there? I mean, I guess it's this thing, right? But again, I think the incentives for a Chinese conventional invasion would exist regardless. Okay, it's the historical basis of this conflict does not stem from natural, it does not stem from like natural gas extraction. Adoption of this strategy requires a modest number of near-term actions. Blah 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 blah. Liberating. Blah blah blah. This is like U.S. draw-in, I guess. Okay, sure. And okay, independent link. Uranium extraction in the Kazakhstan allows for rapid acquisition of Chinese nuclear resources. Really? Because I think that China gets a lot of its uranium at home as well, plus stockpiles, right? Like if China stopped this, it still would have enormous stockpiles of uranium that it could continue using for a very long time, plus thorium, which is produced within its borders as well, and is quickly becoming an alternative, which then frees up uranium stockpiles that were destined for domestic nuclear energy use. Kazakhstan's nuclear resources, blah, blah, blah. Stakes in uranium deposits to Chinese-owned companies. Kazakhstan, Kazatomprom is the world's largest producer of uranium. China's the biggest buyer. That makes sense. But again, it doesn't say that it relies on Kazakhstan, just that it gets a lot from Kazakhstan, but like it could get them from other. Also, wait, like it just can import them from Kazakhstan. I'm confused. If it's the biggest buyer, then it doesn't need necessarily to do it itself. I don't know, same problems as other arguments. I've said this all before. That fuels support for Japan's nuclear arsenal, regional escalation amongst an uncertain US fuels proliferation. There's a million cards that people have cut for why Japan is not going to proliferate. They have like veto players in the nuclear energy sector and like a long history of nuclear taboo that's very strong. Um, and also just like politically, the people who are in power in Japan are not as big into prolif, at least as far as I am aware. Let's see. But I mean, it's possible. This is a scenario people have read for a very long time. I just don't know that the tipping point is like China building extra nukes. The capabilities of adversaries in the region have grown exponentially. North Korea has become a nuclear state, so not China. That seems to be a non-unique solvency deficit. A deepening partnership among North Korea, China, and Russia, again, Russia, solvency deficit, could further alarms. Extended deterrence has always been a hard sell. The increasing questionable credibility of extended deterrence has loosened the long-held taboo of Japan's development. So I just don't see a link. I don't think the tag is accurate here. I don't see any link to China's nuclear arsenal. Because capabilities could be a ton of different things from a ton of different actors, clearly. Plus, this card is a bit old. No, it's not. Never mind. This card is quite new. Still, um, I don't know. I'm skeptical of that. Japan has the capabilities and it happens quick. Again, there are answers that people can find to Japan Prolif. Cool. Okay. Second contention is the Liberal International Order, or the LIO. The LIO is fading. Trump exacerbates legitimacy issues, and China's actions challenge the order. That makes sense to me. Is this just generically like China bad, though? I feel like that's not a very good argument. Specifically, economic volatility fosters fiscal standoffs, and an iron grip over exports lets China exploit fragile economic alliances. China ruled out export controls. That makes sense. I mean, the monopoly power, that makes sense. but they're still going to have a monopoly because they have a monopoly over every other part of the supply chain, like refinement, which is really how they create export controls on rare earth minerals. Because this is materials, right? Not just minerals. It's because they have a complete monopoly over the refined versions of the REMs, which is still going to be true. So I think this is perhaps that there's just not a link here. Um, yeah, I don't know. Oh, here's the cool proprietary knowledge stuff. The ban on Chinese personnel exporting their expertise prevents the transfer of know-how. And again, this is about processing, processing, which means not extraction. Um, yeah, cool. It means that they're also going to get all the imports anyway. Next card. A strong liberal order can integrate China. Current aggression reflects regional balancing, not revanchism. China has a grand strategy to displace the US, blah, blah, blah. That's conventional wisdom. Is China committed to domination? No. Balancing is a strategy used to maintain distribution of power. States have neither the ability nor incentive to threaten or dominate the balancing ones. This is like defensive realist logic. At the same time, Beijing adopted economic reforms that encouraged it to integrate into that liberal order. This is historical. Balancing within unipolar. I feel like this is not as true anymore. Like this is all historical stuff, but like all of this is history, right? Except for maybe this bottom stuff. New variant of China's balancing strategy entails international organizations and new organizations that are a counterbalance to an established US dominated institutions. Interesting. Still, I don't know that this implies that like transition wars are not inevitable because most of the arguments about transition wars come from the US starting the war, not China starting the war. And there's still a good amount of literature that the US will feel threatened by China's actions. So I don't know. Although, like, what is this argument? The argument is, wait, what is this argument actually? The argument is that China is threatening the liberal international order um, using its dominance over rare earth minerals, I guess, which is doing bad things. And we need to keep it strong. I don't know. Like this seems weird to me. The liberal order solves extinction, sure. I mean, okay. First thoughts about this argument is I feel like it's going a bit too broad, right? Like there are a million different factors that affect the liberal international order. There are a million different factors that affect China's engagement in the liberal international order as well. A lot of these are very difficult to predict, and there's a million different pieces of evidence out there that are trying to predict them. Furthermore, I think that China's erosion of the liberal international order is something that it has both incentive and capacity to do no matter what. And I'm not convinced that this is unique to China's dominance over extraction of rare earth minerals, especially given that that card is not about extraction, it's about processing. And they have just a million other levers that they can pull to also erode the liberal international order regardless. So it's sort of unclear to me how this actually works. Um, but I don't know. It's an interesting argument, I suppose, but I think that it's just a little bit too general for me. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. I might prep some more answers to it later. Okay, welcome back, everyone. This is a very special video that will be on my YouTube channel because I have a special guest here with me. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Ada. I'm the sister. I'm an ex-debater. I did PF when I was in high school. Not in high school anymore. Thank God.
Ada goes to St. Andrews in Scotland right now and also is studying international relations, which should be quite topical for this topic. So, the topic that we are going to be discussing today is the topic that is currently being debated right now as we speak at the Blake tournament, which is, let's see if I can get the exact wording. It's like resolve the People's Republic of China should substantially reduce its international extraction of natural resources or something along those lines. Um, and I have just gotten back to North Carolina after a red-eye flight. I downloaded all of the round robin cases, at least all of the ones that had been disclosed as of like 9 hours ago, which was a good amount. And I read them all on the plane. And so I feel ready to discuss some of the good things about them and many of the bad things about them as well. And we're gonna do that together today.
The only context that I have is that Mac is very upset about a lot of the
Hey, upset, I feel like is
arguments.
maybe a strong word.
No, that's a verbatim quote. Um, Another verbatim quote is trash.
No, I know. I'm not gonna be toxic here. I do think that I've had complaints on this channel before about the way that evidence is being used in public forum debate these days. And I also have some fears about the trend of public forum debaters often copying each other's arguments, especially arguments that pop up early in a topic. Um, my feeling, to briefly summarize, is that many of these arguments should not be copied. And I fear that they will be if no one says anything. But maybe I'm underestimating PFers. But let's just like dig into all of them. I think this will be very useful for anyone who's watching, whether or not you agree with me, because we'll be talking about the arguments in depth, talking about some of the context behind them, some of the reasoning that does or does not exist in the arguments, and perhaps how to handle them and respond to them or even run them in a better way. So we're just going to go through like alphabetically all of the round robin teams. I actually don't want to talk about avenues, which is the first one in alphabetical order. The reason why is because so they did win the round robin, and I think they won every single ballot, which is very impressive. But they did so by reading a non-topical K every single time, as far as I'm aware, which means they did not really debate the topic. And so, for the sake of this video, it's kind of irrelevant to us. So the first one that we'll actually talk about is, I suppose, basis Peoria. So we can start with, let's see, what am I pulling up here? I'll screen share this. We will start with their neg. I think they read the same neg every time, as far as I'm aware. And it has three different contentions. I think you're on the pro.
Wait, yeah.
Yeah, it should be the first document. Cool. Okay. So let's talk about this. We have first contention, they call it the Uguay DA. It's really just the thesis of this argument, as far as I'm aware, is that there will be some sort of political instability in China if they do substantially reduce international extraction of resources. The reasoning is like mostly around the leverage that China has over the West and especially over the US in terms of trade deals, for example. So they start with this uniqueness evidence that like the regime is stable now. I think this is good evidence. I don't really see any problem with it, to be honest. It just like says like some people think that Xi Jinping is going to get ousted or couped or something, and they're like full of it. This is wrong. There's not really any reasons to believe that this is going to happen right now.
I
Then,
actually also, just to cut in, just finished a class on civil military relations where we did a lot of in-depth topic work on coups. And I personally don't think that like any of this would lead to a coup,
yeah,
especially with the security that Xi Jinping has in office.
yeah, I tend to agree. I think one way of phrasing this in like technical debate terms is we could say the uniqueness overwhelms the link, as in like the uniqueness argument here is so true.
I think that's super jargony.
That's true.
And I don't think that should be used in a lay round. I think
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
a reasonable explanation in a lay round could be just like he has so much credibility throughout the terms that he served. And even if there's instability, there will
Mhm.
be things that could get him back on track, if
Yeah,
that makes
yeah,
sense. Like
absolutely.
all of his supporters are not going to flee over
Right.
an economic downturn.
Right. And I think that that's sort of proven. Like, I actually think that part of the reasoning for that is that this first piece of evidence that they read is like too good. Like it's like too strong for them because it actually cites a lot of good reasoning. Like if we dig in this a little bit, like all seven of the members of the Politburo Standing Committee, which is like a really, really important
You
committee,
also think
are
that loyalty
in pocket.
aspects are more integral to
Yeah,
coups.
exactly. And this is what it's saying is that like
Hmm.
there are a lot of overriding structural factors in the CCP
Yeah.
that just like basically guarantee loyalty.
Yeah.
And it even cites here, for example, in the small text, that like one of Xi Jinping's most catastrophic failures was in 2022 with the COVID policy that completely backfired.
Right.
And yet, like people were fine with him, right? Like
Yeah.
there was so much loyalty that even when he did experience some mild instability, it was not enough to result in anything like a coup. And so I think if anything, I would use this in a round as proof that probably this policy also would not lead to enough unpopularity or something.
Yeah. I don't think the military is going to be like, oh no, our economy is crashing.
Yeah.
Let's get all the tanks and oust our president.
Yeah. It does seem sort of a bit far-fetched on face, and even more proven by this evidence. There seems to be a lot of barriers to proving this. So then I think this is where things get a little bit shaky for me. This is the card that they are trying to use to prove that this policy would be unpopular and would tip the scales, for example. It's kind of this one and the next one.
Okay.
So this one says China weaponizes its dominance in rare earth minerals, or REMs, against the US when it's doing like trade negotiations. The reason why is because China has like a huge monopoly over kind of every single part of rare earth minerals. So by every part, I mean the extraction of rare earth minerals. 70% of all rare earth mineral deposits in the world are in China, for example, and the rest of them, it mines them internationally, right? But it also maintains dominance over the refining process. So rare earth minerals are not actually really rare. The reason that they're called rare earth minerals is because when they're in the crust of the earth, they're not in like concentrated deposits. So
Okay.
gold, for example, is not a rare earth mineral. You find gold in like veins. Like
Hmm.
on Minecraft, you like mine, right, like gold ore and it is concentrated enough to smelt it into an ingot. But the equivalent would not be true for rare earth minerals. You would have like a 1% of like this rare earth mineral, like I don't know rare earth minerals. So some heavy rare earth minerals like man, I really wish I actually had examples. Yeah, look up some examples for me so I can sound smart. And we'll cut this and like cut to me saying the correct rare earth mineral names. This is like this should just be like chemistry.
Scandium,
Do scandium, yeah.
yttrium.
You're not gonna find yttrium in like a vein or anything. You find yttrium like everywhere, but in really tiny amounts. And
Yeah.
so the bigger problem with the whole rare earth mineral industry is that the West doesn't have a lot of experience or even a lot of interest, to be honest, in a lot of its companies in going and mining all of the yttrium and stuff because it's really hard economically to get enough bang for your buck, right? Like you have to mine a bunch of rocks to get like a tiny bit of yttrium, and the process of getting it out of the rocks is really annoying. And that's what China has a monopoly on. And so that's just context for this card. So it's saying that in like sanctions negotiations, like tariff negotiations, for example, Trump put a ton of tariffs on every country, but especially China recently. And China was one of the only countries that actually just didn't back down at all. And one of the reasons that it didn't back down is because it knew it could weaponize the fact that the US and everybody else depends on it for like 99% of rare
Right.
earth minerals. So it would just be like, if you're going to tariff us, we're just not going to give you rare earth minerals, you know? And then the US was like, fine, fine. And then there were some negotiations, right? So this was leverage in trade talks, um, which I think is true. Like, I think this card is absolutely true. I just don't think this proves what they're like. This is what they think it means that voting pro is unpopular because China loses its bargaining chip. The problem is voting pro means China does not do, for example, as much mining in other countries. But one, 70% of the deposits are in China. Like, why does it need to mine
Yeah,
in
I
other
was gonna
countries?
say, what other countries does it actually mine
Yeah,
in?
exactly. Like,
I feel like you have to prove that first.
right.
I know for some reason I know a lot about mining in the Pacific Islands. Um, we're not even gonna get into that right now, but like I feel like you firstly have to prove the other countries that it's
Yeah.
mining in.
And like it is true that China does mine rare earth minerals in other countries, but it's like much more minor than the amount that it mines at home. Like
Yeah.
most of what it's mining and extracting in other countries are the things that it can't get at home. So
Mhm.
we're talking things like cobalt, which are not, it doesn't really have a lot of deposits of cobalt in China. So it has to go to other places like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in order to get cobalt. That's not true for rare earth minerals, especially like the heavy ones that are the ones that matter the most. It just has them. So like who cares if it reduces extraction in other places? But secondly, and maybe even more importantly for this argument, is that China's main advantage is it has a big advantage in extraction, of course, but its main advantage is in the processing and the refinement of the ores. So you have to do a lot of things between mining the rare earth minerals and then actually using them in like a technology or equipment. And China has some of the only companies in the entire world that do that middle step,
Okay.
that like transfer it into something that you can actually use. Which means even if this is true, that like China, let's say China stops mining any rare earth minerals, who the heck are people going to sell rare earth minerals to if not
Yeah.
China? Like they're the only ones who know how to turn it into something you can use. So everyone is still going to sell all of the rare earth minerals that they mine
Is
to
that like
China.
actually confirmed though?
I mean,
Or are you just kind of like saying
so
that?
here's a stat, for instance, 99% of heavy rare earth minerals, which are the ones that really are a bit more scarce and the ones that really matter in the supply chains, are only refined by Chinese companies.
Okay.
99%.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Um, and they have a huge amount of dominance over this. They have for many, many years, which means they have the expertise, the talent to do this, for example. And they've made it very difficult to replicate their model of
Yeah. I
industry.
mean, when you monopolize on that, I feel like
Yeah,
there's kind of no basis for
exactly,
it.
exactly. Which means the choke point, and also as a result, the leverage that this is citing, right? They have
Yeah.
leverage. That leverage exists no matter what. Like even
Yeah.
if China doesn't mine them, of course, China gets possibly even slightly more leverage from mining them, but it's kind of like they will have leverage either way.
So how would you recommend that they rephrase it then so that they can still
Mm,
use the card? Or would you recommend that they take it out?
I don't know. So I think it is probably true intuitively that there will be more political instability in China if this policy happens. I just don't think the reason is because of a loss of rare earth mineral leverage over the US.
Okay.
I think there are probably better reasons that are honestly even more simple and straightforward. So things like, for example, the economy will be hurt somewhat, at least in the short term, right? The investor confidence will be shot. Confidence in Xi Jinping in general might be hurt because he started something which is this international extraction project and then canceled it sort of halfway through. I think those are better warrants to get to a similar conclusion. This one just seems like it has too many holes in it it just seems demonstrably false, right?
Right.
So then the next card they say is that like Xi can't give in to Trump. This is true, right? Like Xi Jinping stakes all of his legitimacy on avoiding the century of humiliation again and
Right.
not giving into the West. But it depends on the previous one being true, right? Because if we prove that the pro does not actually give up Chinese leverage in negotiations, then like it doesn't do anything. But also, I think independently, like there's another problem here, which is I don't know why Xi Jinping would give in to Trump. Like even if, let's say, the leverage goes away and like Xi Jinping loses a big lever for forcing Trump to the negotiating table, if they're right that if Xi Jinping gives in to Trump, then he gets like cooed, then he's just still not going to give in to Trump, right? Like even if he loses all the leverage, he's just going to still say no. Like he's
I'm confused though. Is Trump the one that's asking for this to end?
so that's a good question. The rationale is a bit confusing from Trump, but the idea basically is that he's sanctioning China in large part because of allegations of Chinese misconduct in trade,
Hmm.
and rebalancing sort of trade surpluses and stuff. So it's like the ask is for China to change some of its conduct, but also independently just to protect the industries in the US. Um, the idea is that China uses its leverage in rare earth minerals and stuff to quote unquote not give in to Trump and instead fight back and be like, well, if you're going to do that, we're going to hurt you.
Right.
which causes Trump to back down,
Right.
which is like a big, perceptual win for Xi Jinping. My thing is just, I don't know why
Like
Xi
there's
Jinping
no
like gives
reason that he
up.
can't just like still say no to Trump
Exactly. And like,
because they do have other markets that could be
yeah,
used.
exactly. I think they have other forms of leverage, first of all, that are
Mhm.
not just rare earth minerals. Um, like a ton of other forms of leverage. The US depends heavily on China for a number of different things that are not just rare earth minerals. But secondly, even in the absolute worst case scenario, let's pretend that like Xi Jinping stands up to Trump without this leverage, and then as a result of not having the leverage, Trump continues the tariffs on China. I think China's just like fine with that, to be honest. Like, yes, it hurts the economy of China more, but it also creates more decoupling from the US economy. And actually, one of the main results of Trump's tariffs has been a redirection of Chinese exports to other countries instead of America, which increases their soft power in other countries and stuff. So I actually don't think that like China would lose all that much from just being like, all right, with the US tariffs, which it seems like perhaps the most likely alternative if they aren't able to fight back against the tariffs. I just don't think that there's any world where Xi Jinping just capitulates, which their link seems to depend on. Um, yeah, what do you
I
think?
mean, I just was trying to do some quick research on other Chinese monopolies,
Yeah.
economic monopolies, but it seems like even global battery manufacturing is
Mm.
dependent on mineral price.
Yeah, it's all interlinked.
Yeah,
What China likes to do is have something called vertical integration. So they'd like to dominate every single step of the process,
right.
right? They have the domination of the mining, they have the domination of the refining, and they have the domination of the manufacturing of the things that use those minerals, like
Mhm.
batteries, and green tech and stuff. Um, and so that makes it very efficient for them economically because all of the companies that they source from are also from China, if that makes sense. Um, and they also develop monopsony power, which means they're the only buyer of a lot of this stuff. Which means even if other companies do try to compete with them, because China is still the only buyer, because they dominate kind of like every step upstream of the supply chain, um, they can still set the prices completely to outcompete, to sort of structurally outcompete any companies that try to start competing on any level. Um, which is why they will have leverage either way. I just think there's a lot of problems with the argument.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can continue.
Yeah. Okay. Independently. So here is whenever you hear independently in an argument, that should make the alarm bells go off because what it means is they're trying to make an argument that they think is completely separate. And therefore, they're trying to make an argument that they think will skirt away from all of the responses that you've already made against the rest of their argument.
Mhm.
And so here we would call this a spike. This argument says also the Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI, is going to fall apart. Um, and so let's look at the reasoning for why. They say that mining underpins China's BRI engagement. Um, okay, this is like so annoying. Do you know what this means? The plan reverses relations.
No.
So you shouldn't. It's a good thing that you don't know what that means. The plan is like plan and counterplan and policy, which is a different style of debate.
Okay.
Um, People have started using this language in public forum for no reason, just to sort of sound smart, I guess, or because they're coming from policy and just refuse to adapt to the language of public forum. But plans and counterplans are not allowed in SDA rules. And people say, oh my gosh, people have started saying, like, oh, but some tournaments don't follow NSDA rules. This tournament does follow NSDA rules. Like, I went and looked it up because I was curious. This tournament explicitly in the live doc, it says it follows NSDA rules for public forum, and that the only exceptions to NSDA rules will be clearly laid out.
Naughty, naughty,
Okay, so
basis.
technically this doesn't matter because they're not saying that like they're offering a plan or that the other team is offering a plan or that they're offering a counter plan. It's just an annoying like quirk of language that I think is silly. And honestly sort of reflective of some trends that I find quite annoying, which is like,
Do you think this is like a policy thing, or do you think that this was like a thesaurus mishap?
no, it's a policy thing. I think it's in for sure intentional.
Okay.
Like a lot of teams, a lot of people in PF who think of themselves as very technical, um, they believe that being technical is synonymous with being good.
I look you love defense underestimates exclamation point.
And they also think that being technical is synonymous with being more like policy.
Okay.
And so they're kind of cosplaying as policy debaters as much as possible to make people think that they're
Cute.
smart. It's cute until like I think there's like a massive erasure of like what it means to be in public forum. But I don't know. I don't want to stay on my soapbox for too long. Anyway, let's analyze the actual logic here. So they say that the Belt and Road Initiative is going to fall apart if we reduce mining because mining is an important part of the Belt and Road Initiative. I don't think the card says that at all, to be honest. What we see here is it says this line, it says the desire to invest is fed by the Chinese government through the Belt and Road Initiative, which implies that the direction of causality is like BRI causes more mining,
Okay.
right? Not mining causes more BRI.
Right.
Like the argument that they're making, and to be fair, to be completely charitable, they do say here that mining is a major part of the strategy of the BRI. It attracts, the BRI attracts a lot of investment through mining. But I don't think there's anything in here that suggests the BRI falls apart if it doesn't have mining in it. Um,
I would agree.
like perhaps just
I feel
mathematically,
like if you walked up to me and asked me, hey, do you think if China stops mining rare earth minerals, the BRI is going to fall apart? I would be like, no.
right? Like there's not really a reason. Okay, so the reason seems to just be that mining is a part of the BRI. Therefore, if you take away mining, you take away a part of the BRI, which makes the BRI smaller. Which is like, yeah, true, right?
Yeah.
But I don't really think that means what they think it means because that doesn't mean that like the BRI fails as a result or that the BRI
This is stressing me out.
is less able to achieve its goals, for instance. Because the argument they're trying to make here is the next card is that if there is instability in the Belt and Road Initiative, this causes Xi Jinping to look bad. But I feel like this is a conflation of like the size of the Belt and Road Initiative in terms of raw economic value and the goals that are achieved by the Belt and Road Initiative. This card is talking about how if the BRI fails to achieve its goals, then this looks bad for Xi
I
Jinping.
also think that that's the wrong impact to use. I also th
Yeah.
like I feel like
Well, I think it's
that's
sneaky. I think they're probably planning on later in the round, like just using
yeah.
this one part, being like
Okay.
also
I
it helps
haven't
poverty or something.
yeah, I haven't read through the whole case. This is my first time looking at any of the information that Mac has prepared for this video. So I have like basically no context. But just looking at this now with no context, that seems like maybe not like what I would go for. Like if I was
Yeah.
talking about the Belt and Road Initiative like falling apart, I wouldn't then be like, and the biggest thing that's going to happen from it is that Xi Jinping is going to look
Right,
really
right,
bad.
right.
He's just going to look like a bad president.
Yeah. So I actually, my prediction, I might be wrong, but my prediction is that this is intentional. I think what they're trying to do is hide this effectively. So they're trying to say, listen, our contention is all about Xi Jinping looking bad. One part of that just so happens to be the Belt and Road Initiative. But then later in the round, they can weaponize this one part against other arguments the opponents make. So, for example, let's say the opponents make an argument about the economy.
Yeah.
Then they can be like, oh, well, you have conceded that the Belt and Road Initiative will fail. And you know what that means? That means more poverty.
Right. Okay.
But I don't know. I agree with you. I think that like probably this is not the biggest impact of the Belt and Road Initiative. They do terminalize this impact later into something that I think is somewhat absurd, but like fine, which is bioweapons proliferation. If the CCP falls apart, we'll get to that in a second. I think there's a lot of problems with that as well. Um, but on the face, I think this is relatively
But
inoffensive. Um, yeah, but the last thing that I want to say about this is like the goals thing that I was saying earlier, I think is actually a big point, which is this card says that the Belt and Road Initiative needs to persuade other countries that China is good, essentially,
okay.
so that Xi Jinping can get value out of it. Um, I think there's two ways we can weaponize this. Number one, I actually think there's an argument that the mining part of the Belt and Road Initiative does not achieve the goal of the Belt and Road Initiative. For example, a lot of these mining projects, if the pro is right, especially, they'll have all these arguments why they're really bad, right? A lot of them actually hurt China's image, right? Like, for example, if your mining project in Guinea is going and causing like a flood or is going and like displacing tons of indigenous people and causing protests, that's not a great look for China. Like,
Yeah, I feel like especially when the mining is outsourced to other countries, usually those countries are not happy about it because they're
right,
not seeing the
exactly.
bulk of the profit.
Yeah,
Instead, what they're seeing is environmental damages, mining on sacred land that has, cultural impact to them.
right.
And it's mostly just extortion with like promised benefits that never actually come to fruition.
Mhm.
So even if there's like this great facade that's like, we're going to bring mining to your country and it's going to be great, and then it's like agreed upon and it takes place, it's usually just like toxic waste, um, extortion, and just like it's not actually good.
Right.
So it
And all
ends
of
up being
those,
like hatred
exactly,
instead
exactly. Yeah,
of
yeah.
like kumbaya.
Right. And so then that in turn would make Xi Jinping look bad. And
Yeah.
that hurts the goals of the Belt and Road Initiative, which I think should be separated from just the size of the Belt and Road Initiative, right?
Yeah.
Um, and the second thing that I want to say is like there's also a real argument that if this is true, that mining is an important part of the Belt and Road Initiative, and that will go away, why wouldn't Xi Jinping just invest more in the other parts that remain, right?
Yeah.
Like clearly, if it is so important for Xi Jinping to have this succeed, then he will just do something to have it succeed, right? Like if
Yeah.
he's not spending as much money on investment in mining, then he can now spend that money on investment in other parts of the
It
BRI.
could actually end up being a positive thing.
Exactly, exactly right. He will do other things to shore up the soft power that might have been lost by the reduction in mining.
Yeah.
If anything, like those are two reasons why we can turn this argument and say that this actually, like, obviously you would have to win uniqueness for this, which is a bit harder because Xi Jinping is not at risk of a coup in either world, so it doesn't really, you don't really get that much out of the turn. But I do think that there are reasonable, like, warrants that you can provide for why it's actually the opposite, and this makes Xi Jinping look better. Um, Okay, this is this is a bit interesting. So we have the impact here that China regime instability ignites bioweapons usage. Honestly, my biggest qualm with this is I just don't think the card says that. The
This is
relevant line here is this one down here. So I'm zooming in a bit. It is essential that the United States has a directly executable set of options to target the full spectrum of China's dual-use pathogen research infrastructure if the CCP regime collapses. I don't think that says if the CCP regime collapses, then there will be a spread of bioweapons.
yeah.
Like, if anything, my interpretation of this is we can't target the bioweapons research as long as the CCP exists, because
Yeah.
that would cause a war. So, in the case that fortunately the CCP collapses, then we need a plan for
Yeah.
targeting them, right? Because the rest of this card says the CCP is actively spreading bioweapons.
Yeah.
Like it seems like if anything, this is a turn, right? This is an impact turn. Like this card seems to conclude that it is good that the CCP regime collapses.
Yeah.
I don't
It
know.
just is like we need to be prepped.
Right, exactly. We got to be prepped for the case where we will have an opportunity, like a
Yeah.
window of opportunity to target these things.
Yeah.
And so we just got to wait for that. Secondly, who said Xi Jinping losing popularity means the CCP collapses? Like, I actually think that is a ridiculous statement because,
I feel like if you're already making an argument that there's gonna be a coup and someone else is taking power, that means that the CCP like stays intact, does it
yeah,
not?
like I feel like if anything, the only reason why, and in fact, all of the other cards up here, like the link cards, they're all talking about the calculus of the party, like
Yeah.
of the CCP. So the argument is the CCP would make a calculated decision
Yeah.
to take out Xi Jinping.
Right.
But the only reason they would do that is if it improves the stability of the CCP, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I don't see the connection
You
here.
can't be like, we're gonna oust our leader who's making the CCP unstable to
Right.
make it more stable, and then be like, it's going to be more unstable if
Right,
all of
right,
them are. You
exactly.
can't say both at the same time, or
Yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah.
already going to have to
And
make a
like,
choice.
to be fair, like maybe there are reasons why that could happen. I could imagine it, but it needs to like you need to have some explanation of it. Like that definitely is something that demands a card. And then yeah, we have extinction. I mean, this is par for the course these days. Um, engineer pathogen. I actually think there's a problem with this card too, though, which is that it says here at the bottom like a massive non-unique. Right, they're on the con, so they're defending the status quo. But this says that there are a million other ways that that bioweapons can spread. It doesn't have like it explicitly says it does not have to be a nation state. It says that like one person could do it on their own because it's so cheap and easy now.
Okay. Am I saying that I never ran extinction when I was doing debate? No. Am I sick and tired of seeing extinction? Also, yes.
Also, yes, yeah. I mean, that's true. That's fair.
I just like it's so annoying, and whenever you get to it in the round, whether you're reading it or having to respond to it, it's just like everybody's eyes glaze over.
That's true.
It's like, okay, can we talk about something more interesting?
No, that's actually true. I feel like
Like,
this is an underrated take.
okay, come on. We all have heard this. We've heard about extinction. Can we actually try to come up with a more creative impact?
Yeah, I agree. I blame them less for running an Extinction Impact because it is so much the norm these days that it might, because of its popularity, become strategic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because like judges are expecting it and stuff. Um, but I agree. I think it's not as interesting as what you could do. Okay, so that's the first argument. I think there's a lot of problems that we've identified with this argument. I don't really think it is constructed in a coherent way that proves each part that needs to be proven. And I think even just putting in a few extra warrants would be really great. Let's look at the second contention. I actually like the second contention better. So the second contention is this econ DA, is what they call it. So the economy argument, right? Uniqueness seems great. China's economy is stabilizing now. This is probably true.
Yeah.
The next card is also good. Like, obviously, it is probably true that China's economy is growing, but there are things that could hurt it. Um, this card is where, again, I think things get a bit funky. So it says the tag says raw materials are sourced abroad. Adaptation and partnerships de-risk critical companies from geopolitical friction. It's linked with infrastructure. A lot of buzzwords, a lot of abstraction. What is the card actually saying? The first thing that we notice, the first thing that's highlighted is dependence on imports,
Well,
right?
talking about refugees up top.
Oh, I don't know. These are just like author qualifications, I guess, but they're very long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
you can just scroll down to this first line.
Okay.
Um, so first thing that I notice is China's competitive advantage, blah, 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 blah. The Chinese supply chain suffers from heavy dependence on imports for upstream minerals. So, for example, like we were talking about earlier, cobalt, nickel from Indonesia, copper from a lot of different places, including in Africa and Latin America. And this has pushed Chinese investment outward to resource-rich countries like DRC, which holds a lot of cobalt. This is true, and this makes sense. However, I want to note the word imports here because a lot of studies, including this article, conflate two different things under the category of imports. One thing is the direct investment that China has in owning and controlling extraction projects abroad. That is the topic we're talking about, right? However, the other thing that is also included in imports, and arguably the much bigger thing, is imports. Is when you just buy the minerals that they mine. So, for example, a lot of the mines in the DRC are also operated by the DRC or even other countries' companies in the DRC. And China will buy the minerals that those other companies mine, and that is called an import, right?
Okay.
That's how trade works. And so the problem with this is a lot of the way that they get these minerals are just buying them, not extracting them,
Okay.
which means that would not be affected at all by the topic. And secondly, even if they do get a lot of their minerals from extraction, which they do, they could just switch to importing them. Like, like what's stopping them from just being like, okay, we're not going to run this mine anymore.
I
We're
mean,
going to
I
let you
guess
run the mine and then
it
buy
would
it from
just
you.
the response to that would just be like, that's a poor economic
Right,
decision.
right, right. The response is the price,
Yeah.
right? But I think that's a very different argument than the argument that's being made here. The argument that's being made here is that they get significantly less minerals. And the way that I know that that's the argument is because the next card says minerals important, right?
Mm,
So
okay.
the
I did
claim
not.
that they're
I haven't
making,
scrolled down yet.
yeah, the claim that they're making is that China gets a net decrease in minerals. And that could be true if we assume they're spending exactly the same amount of money. But even then, I think it's a very marginal decrease at that point. Like, how much more expensive is it for them to import from a different company than just do it themselves in a different country? Either way, they pay the same price and transit
Also,
costs.
there's like ways to negotiate.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Like
So
you could easily, I mean, maybe not easily, like I'm just a college kid, so I don't really know how it works. But
I bet you
I
could do
mean,
it.
I bet there's ways for like countries to talk to each other and be like, let's get the prices down.
Yeah.
I'll offer you something, you offer
Yeah,
me
yeah, yeah.
something. We
Yeah,
can work this
absolutely.
out
And
and
we've
have it
already
not be like the price that it's set at now,
right,
potentially.
right.
Like, I feel like some countries would probably be happy to not have all that mining
Yeah.
stuff going on
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
anymore.
definitely.
So if they were like, yeah, if you get your get this like stuff out,
Then
we'll
we'll
sell
offer
it to you
you
for less.
absolutely. So that's one way that they could negotiate down prices. There's two others that I thought of. One, we already talked extensively about how China has an enormous amount of trade leverage in the form of other things like refinement and manufacturing. So if it just offers like better deals on refinement and manufacturing, which it has monopolies over in certain sectors like batteries,
Hmm.
then they could do a quid pro quo with the minerals, right? And thirdly is China is also the one who would be like China is currently operating a lot of these mines, according to their argument. And so China could sell the mines to a
Do
company.
they ever say that in here?
Well, I mean, it is true. It's kind of the basis of the topic, right? I agree that like they probably should be saying it.
I
Um,
feel like that's what you should open with.
yeah, like
Hey,
China.
China has the bulk of the mines right now.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Because if that's not true, then it severely mitigates the argument,
Yeah.
I think. Um,
Like, okay, open with that. Like, Max should not have had to tell me that at the beginning.
That's true. That's true. A lot of the judges do not have a lot of background on the topic, so it's probably important to
I feel like
establish.
in PF, one of the reasons that I won a lot of rounds was because I appealed to lay judges and
Yeah,
other people were not doing that.
yeah, that
And
sucks. It's crazy how
so,
much
like,
people assumed that
yeah.
just knows.
And okay, valid. A lot of judges will know, especially like people like Mac go back and judge because they're into it, whatever, nerd. Um, but also like parents are volunteering, especially on like local circuits. If you're getting out and getting experience, which you should be doing, and not just like going to all of these like upper level tournaments, which are also cool. Um, you should try to appeal to like the person who knows the least amount of information. So you should be starting out your case
Mhm.
with the most basic information about the topic. You should be starting out your case with like China has like the mines already.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with that. To be fair to this team, they knew going into this round robin that they would not have lay judges, that their judges probably would know about the topic. And so there's a bit more of an excuse for them, but only a bit.
Okay, but what are you wasting 1 second
Yeah, it's
to be like, hey, China has the mines?
yeah.
I mean, if they're an experienced team, they're probably what? Spreading too?
Yeah, probably.
So it takes like 2 seconds just to like be getting that good practice.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
Um,
think it's like a bad move to make.
yeah, definitely. Especially because I actually like think that people are underrating the response. That's just like China actually doesn't control that much of the mining and they import way more than they mine,
Yeah.
which implies like a
I just
massive
think like
unique.
for the discipline of it
Yeah.
and just to practice like good debate.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at the rest of this. This article is actually extremely interesting. The main thing that it's describing is a relatively new phenomenon that's happening in a lot of countries, especially in developing countries, that's called like resource nationalism or resource sovereignty, like it says it here, right? This phenomenon is basically that, just like you were saying earlier, a lot of these countries are getting fed up with only being extracted from and never really maintaining their own industries themselves. So what they're doing is they're doing things like banning the export of raw minerals. They're saying if you're going to mine raw minerals here, you also have to refine them here
Hmm.
in our businesses, right? And this makes sense. They're trying to develop more parts of their economy so that they're not just a grab bag of minerals for people to take from. And instead, they actually also develop those industries that refine the minerals and manufacture things and stuff like that. Some of the more high-tech sectors so that they can actually start developing into like higher level economies, I guess.
Okay.
The article describes China's reaction to this, because obviously this poses some problems for Chinese companies that are mining in these other countries, that are usually using a model of just like, we're going to take the resources and run, right? So now they're no longer allowed to do that, or it's very expensive for them to do that. So China's solution to this problem is very interesting. China's solution is to go into these countries and cooperate with them on also building out the other layers, the other upstream parts of the industry. So, for example, just like we talked about with rare earth minerals, what China likes to do is they like to maintain dominance over every level, right? So, like the minerals, and then the refinement of the minerals, and then the use of those refined minerals in manufacturing. So, what they're doing now is they're going into these other countries and helping them set up and run the other levels, like refinement and manufacturing. And this is really interesting because I actually think this severely damages their case. And the reason why is because if it's true that China is now focusing a little bit less on extraction and a lot more on helping other countries with refinement of minerals, they don't need, it doesn't matter if they reduce extraction that much. They're already reducing extraction slightly to focus more of their priority on the other aspects of the market in these other countries. Um, Meaning, for example, they will still be able to get all of the raw minerals. So here's what actually changes. If the pro happens and China gives up the mines, let's say they give them up to the host nation. Let's say in Guinea, for example, they're about to start a new iron mine. Let's say they just give a Guinean company the rights to mine the iron mine instead of doing it themselves. Well, in Guinea, they're also setting up a bunch of refinement facilities to smelt that iron. And because they're doing this with Ghanaian companies in a partnership, they will still get the iron ore from that mine, regardless of if they're operating it or if Guinea is operating it, because it goes straight to the refinement companies or the smelting companies that they just set up in Guinea.
So the app could just turn it.
Well, it's not really a turn, it's more defense. As in, I would say they get the minerals either way. There's not a change in whether or not they get the minerals. You could make it a
I mean,
turn.
I feel like you could. You could be like,
Yeah.
we agree with you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They stop at, well, I feel like especially if they end up running something about like, well, never mind, actually.
You could, I guess what you could do is you could make an argument that says that like China's operation of the mines um is specifically bad because it
Mhm.
like, for example, it conflicts with the resource nationalization of these countries, so it hurts their relationship with the countries. And it also maybe does like worse pollution than the host country would do itself. And then you could use that offense and say
Okay,
that
yeah, I was
the
gonna
rest
say
of it
something
is
about the
wrong.
environment, but then I was like, I don't know if that makes
No,
sense.
I think it does. I think it does. But yeah, you could use that independent offense and
Yeah,
then use this response to say that like the difference in minerals is zero or very small, but the difference in the other things like environmental degradation is very large.
yeah,
Um, Point is, this is not really true though. Like a lot of teams on this topic, not just this one, we're going to see this over and over again. So the other ones hopefully will be faster. A lot of teams are just assuming China gets less minerals.
right.
But that's a huge assumption. I think there's a million reasons it's just wrong. And actually, if anything, I think this card is one reason why it's wrong. Because the card describes how, look, it says they're doing joint development of refining and processing capacity. Like, that is not mining. That's the step above mining,
Yeah.
which means they're going to get the minerals that are mined there anyway, because they have to. Like, where else is it going to go? Either China buys it, so it goes back to China in the form of an import, or they just send it to the special processing facility that China just set up there, and then China refines it, and then China still gets the net product from it. So either way, I don't think this really changes the economy in terms of mineral extraction, right?
I wonder if any of that is related to the BRI.
I bet it is in
I
some
wonder
ways,
if you
right?
could turn that.
Um, this also, I guess, responds to the next card, which is just like this card is actually great. Now that I look at it again, I think this is one of the best cards because it explains why China's mining is specifically good. So you could use this card to say, like, if the host country, for example, got the mines instead, it wouldn't have necessarily the same technology. But the card above it also says that China is giving mining technology to these countries. Like, where is it? It's somewhere in here. Um, I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. There's at least some card that says
Oh.
that China is giving them like mining technology. So I don't know. What are you looking up? Um, but yeah, I think that this card's quite good, but it does rely to some extent on the previous card. Again, it depends on mineral depletion, which is not a given from the topic, in my opinion, because they might still get they are likely to still get the minerals from other sources. Not to mention domestic increases in extraction, although that can account for things like cobalt. Um, okay, then we have the impact card. So this is pretty generic. It's just like if China's economy goes down, other economies also go down, which is probably true. However, I don't love this part because this is all about how the Belt and Road Initiative is bad. Like, right? It says,
What?
so for example, it talks about like the debt diplomacy stuff. So Sri Lanka and Zambia defaulted on their debt.
Why would you run that
I
in
don't
the
know.
same?
Yeah, because they did earlier say that the BRI will be more likely to go away, right? So this seems like a double turn in case, but
Yeah.
maybe I'm not understanding it. Um, but the Sri Lanka case is literally something that was caused by the Belt and Road Initiative. So I don't know. Um,
Okay. I feel like I would need to like
yeah,
listen to one of their
yeah,
reps.
yeah, yeah. I don't know, and I also might be misreading this because like this does clearly say that China scaling back the BRI might hurt countries' economies. Um, I guess the idea is that like a lot of economies owe China money that they are depending on BRI projects to make them enough money to pay them back, maybe. But also the debt has been incurred by the expansion of the BRI in the first place. So I don't really know. I think this is like a fine card, other than that kind of one problem. Okay, where were we? Next card, supply shocks crash the global economy and do a bunch of other stuff and blah blah blah, extinction. Card definitely doesn't say extinction, by the way. But it does say a whole lot of stuff that I think is great. I think this is the best card in the whole case, to be honest. It's just a bunch of different reasons why decreasing the supply of minerals
Like,
is
why
bad.
would you not say poverty though?
I think it does say
No,
poverty.
but why would you say extinction and
Well,
like
you want to say
instead of
both, you know. Again, like you can't fault them too much given the judges that they have. I think it's just an adaptation thing. Um,
why? Because in weighing they're gonna be like
yeah,
scale. Okay.
yeah. This I think is the best line of this card, by the way, which I guess makes it the best line of the case. It says we have a real precedent when China merely hinted at restricting rare earth exports around 2010. Global rare earth prices exploded by over 500 to 1,000% for some elements. This is like this is chef's kiss. This is a fantastic empiric to have because it directly shows that through some mechanism or another, like maybe this is perceptual, maybe it's about investor confidence or something. We know that when people think that China is going to restrict rare earth mineral production or sales or extraction, then the prices of them go up
Mm-hmm.
dramatically. Um, and so I think you can actually use this to get around a lot of the responses. So, for example, the way that I would use this in a debate is if someone was like, well, they're still going to get the rare earth minerals because they still are going to maintain a monopsony, meaning they're the one buyer of rare earth minerals because they're the only ones who know how to refine them. There still is likely to be a lot of investors who believe that after the announcement that they're going to scale down extraction of rare earth minerals, that there will be fewer of them on the market. And as a result of that, there's a self-fulfilling prophecy where like some investors leave Chinese rare earth mineral companies, causing other investors to also flee those companies. And this does cause maybe speculation, for example, on the prices of these elements, um, even if this does distort from the actual supply, for example. So I think this is very good. Um, let's see. The other stuff that I liked in here, so we do have like poverty stuff, so this is erodes growth and stuff. It also could blah 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 blah, lots of risks to internal stability. Um, this stuff is good. Okay, here. Forces other countries into frantic competition over remaining sources. This is fantastic. And the reason this is fantastic, and this topic specifically, is because of what we've been talking about on the pro side. A lot of the pro arguments are about the harms of extracting and mining resources, right?
Okay.
Like the environmental harms, social harms, etc.
Yeah.
This evidence says if there is a sudden contraction of supply for minerals, for instance, then it causes this race to go dig them up more from every other country. And I think it's very easy to make the implication that that race is going to have even more harms, right? Like companies start cutting corners even more when they're racing for this. A good example of this is there have been historic examples of when countries have shut down gold mines. And when you shut down the gold mine, that does cause this kind of supply crunch of the commodity, meaning there's less gold. And so each gold is more valuable because people still want gold. Less gold to go around, but equal amount of people who want it means gold price go up, supply and demand, right? And what happened after that is everyone rushed for gold, right? There's a gold rush, and like there's more illegal mining that goes and goes for gold, and more companies probably are likely to cut corners and like go for gold very
We
quickly.
will say the card is based on political instability.
Mhm.
And so I think if they lose their argument about political instability, it's going to be very sad.
I don't think it
Because
depends necessarily on that. I know that
I
it
mean,
talks
it
about,
says political instability is like not only a humanitarian concern, but a security one for supply chains. Mines cannot
right.
operate safely in war zones, and companies will withdraw if risks
Mhm.
become too high. That's what causes other countries to become
Right.
frantic in competitions.
Well, I think that
That's
is,
why it relies on political
I
instability.
see what you're saying. So this says that there's a link from political instability to supply chain shortages, right?
Yeah.
But I think that doesn't mean that there can't also be other links, if that makes sense.
I mean, but if you think about it, like if you really go into it, kind of seems like you're pulling it out of thin air a little bit
I don't know.
about like, okay, China stops mining resources.
Hmm.
Why does everyone want to take them at one time, kind of thing?
Well, the argument is just if if there are fewer resources,
Like, sure, everybody could want to go and set up mines,
mhm.
but once the mines are set up, that doesn't necessarily mean that the mining itself is going to get sloppier.
I think it's the process of going and setting them up quicker. It's like if there's a commodity crunch, as in if there's less of the material, people predict that less of the material is about to be produced, then the price of that goes up because there's still the same amount of people who want it. And so that causes new people to enter the market really quickly.
Yeah, but all you need to do is get there.
Yeah, but you need to get there fast because the price is not going to stay high. As soon as supply catches up, it's going to go back down. So you want to catch that window when the price is high and other people haven't tapped
I
it.
still think if they're reading this part, that it's based on political instability.
Maybe. I mean, I don't really agree because the whole article here is just that supply shocks of minerals are bad. this is one such reason about how that supply shock could happen. But another one might be the topic, which is what the rest of their cards say, right? But
I mean, I guess.
it does depend on there being a supply
I
shock.
just think that if I was against this,
Hmm.
I would probably attack that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess one thing to note about the part that we've highlighted specifically, I actually think that they can use this in a different way that's kind of sneaky, which is if this is true, that like um, political instability uh, hurts mines. Mines cannot operate safely in war zones, for
Yeah,
example. This actually provides China with a unique incentive to stop wars when it is operating mines in
yeah.
different places. So, for example, China has mines in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which means it now has a vested interest in the safety of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
I think that's really good, actually.
Yeah, right. Um, and so, you could highlight this stuff and then be like, this implies that there is a rationale for China to stop
That's
things
true.
like
You use
instability.
this instead of making it about China, you make it about other countries.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's good.
Um, and then you suddenly have a new link to war, which is pretty cool. Um,
And that would be way more interesting than extinction.
well, they probably would link war to extinction anyway. Um, the last thing here, I think there's like a climate argument somewhere in here, if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I thought this card, oh, yeah, it is up here, right? Yeah, yeah. Such cost surges, which comes from a supply shock,
Hmm.
could significantly slow the adoption of EVs and renewable energy, setting back climate change related goals. Why are we not highlighting that? That seems great. Like you could have like a whole laundry list of things. And the great thing about this is that the only thing you need to win here is that there is some supply shortage.
Hmm.
I actually, ironically, I don't think they're doing a very good job of winning that because of all the things we talked about earlier. Like China will probably find other sources for the same minerals either way.
Yeah.
But if you are able to focus on like, here are four reasons why they can't easily find other sources for the same minerals or something, or that transition takes too long or whatever, then you will be able to get some supply shock. And then suddenly you access all of these different impacts, which are really nice.
Yeah.
Um, so I think this is my favorite card in the case. Um, this is my least favorite argument that we're going to talk about. Do you know Alberta? Alberta is a province in Canada.
Yeah.
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 I'm just making sure. No, I didn't know what Alberta was until I started playing GeoGuessr.
Okay. One of my best friends is Canadian.
Okay, that's fair.
He's also allergic to maple syrup.
That's very sad.
I know.
Alberta is like, so it's in the Great Plains, which means that it's a little bit more rural than like Vancouver or like Ontario or Quebec, for example. Um, and I think this is a ridiculous argument. The argument they're making is that Alberta is going to leave Canada. Alberta is going to leave Canada if if we vote pro, if China stops extracting.
Come on.
The link chain is as follows. So the argument is Alberta is only going to stay in Canada because Canada is going to fulfill its promise of being very good at energy. Like a lot of people in Alberta work in like the oil sector, for example. So this gives them a lot of money, right? So if Canada oil is really strong, then Alberta is going to be happy and they're going to stay. But when China does a lot of mining in other countries, um, they no, it's the opposite. When China reduces their extraction in other countries, this like stimulates a green tech transition that undercuts Canadian
Is this
oil.
from chat?
No, I don't know. That's just someone's like signature they put when they cut cards.
Okay.
Um, anyway, I think this argument is terrible. I think this is probably the worst argument that I've seen on this topic. I'm sorry. Um, it's very funny and it's very interesting. But it's also very wrong. I think almost every card in this is incorrect. But yeah, let's talk about it. So, first card is that there's some Albertans who want to secede from Canada. Um, but like they're not that big of a block. They're like big enough that we should be concerned maybe, um, but most of them don't actually want to. It's something like one third. The biggest problem that I see with this is that the vast majority of the people who want to secede from Canada in Alberta want to do so with other provinces. So, for example, the main thing that they want is for like Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC to all secede together and form one mega state. Or at the very
New
least,
Canada.
yeah, New Canada, like West Canada or something.
Canada.
And then the other thing that some of them want is like we will be okay if like it's Alberta and Saskatchewan and they form like a like a middle Canada or something, right in the middle of the rest of Canada. Um, Besides the fact that these are already absurd, like that's just also not going to happen, right? Like those things depend on those other provinces also wanting to secede,
Yeah.
which they don't,
It
like
says
not at all.
an independent Western bloc from Manitoba to the
Right.
Pacific Ocean,
Yeah.
30% support just Alberta and
And
Saskatchewan
then only
sticking with.
29% support Alberta going at it alone,
Yeah.
which is still like weirdly sizable. So I guess they would use that and be like,
It's
still
still
enough.
enough.
Yeah. Um, but
I still kind of don't think that's enough
I
though.
don't think it's enough at all. And the thing is
I
like,
still don't even think 35% is enough.
yeah. Well, and to be fair, they will argue that's
But
exactly
I
our point, right?
but
They'll
I
be like,
also think like what are the Saskatchewans over there thinking?
no, right? That's what I'm saying.
Like I
Yeah.
feel like if you're if you're gonna talk about like Alberta wanting to secede and they want to do it with they're more confident doing it with Saskatchewans.
The Saskatchewans are going to say no.
You gotta like can I talk to the Saskatchewans about
That's
this?
facts. That's facts.
Like
What did
I
they
want to
say?
get the other opinions
Yeah.
involved. You can't like just give me one
But
one opinion about
it's just like
this.
this is never gonna happen because if if Alberta seceded from Canada, that would be like the worst decision they've ever made.
Yeah, can you give me any details about how they're gonna
I
survive?
think you just like what happens is they push for secession. If it becomes something that actually could happen, suddenly,
This is giving me the vibes of when like 5-year-olds run away from home.
yeah, right.
And they like try to convince one of their siblings to like come with them and
Yeah,
they like
yeah.
pack an empty suitcase.
But just like when 5-year-olds went
Sorry,
away from
Alberta.
home, like as soon as they pack their bag and get close to the door, then the parents step in and they're just like, "Don't do this. Like, this is not going to go well for you."
Yeah.
And then the 5-year-old is like, "Fine." I think the same thing would happen to Alberta. Like, if the Canadian government actually thought that Alberta was going to get close to seceding, then there would be like a huge wave of media
Or
pressure
get
of
canceled.
everything. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think there are any Albertans in the audience who are like Alberta nationalists.
Yes.
We're not gonna stop.
The 5-year-old.
Yep, and say you can't do this, it's not gonna.
Just
go
because you did it doesn't mean other parents don't.
Parents.
I think
let
Canada
kids-
would, as
I
a
think
metaphor.
Canada would.
Then in 20 minutes, the kid comes back.
That's also what would happen to
Yeah.
Alberta.
That's also
Yeah.
what would happen. But Canada definitely
get, like-
would be like Alberta.
They get 1 week and then they'd realize that like they get 15 times less trade from Canada and they're gonna come right back.
And probably the United States. Like, do you think Donald Trump would be like, no, Alberta, we need you?
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Those look great, Mom.
Unpredictable guy. But yeah, this is a ridiculous argument. But let's sort of take it a little bit seriously here. So new pipeline deal is keeping Albertans happy. So this is their argument is they're gonna say, yes, you're exactly right. It's not enough to actually do this because we're keeping them happy. Um, so this guy apparently promised. I don't think this is a very good card either. Like, what is he even saying? There's like a proposal for a project. Double bind, either the proposal works and China does not cut off this particular project, which means it is sufficient to stop Albertan secession, or the other side of the equation is the project does not work in either world, which means in either world, the Albertans have reason to secede. The other thing is like the link here is if China does something that like radically reforms the energy markets, then Albertans are going to blame Canada. That's like ridiculous, right? Like obviously Canada would just be like, this is not in our control. Like this is
Yeah,
not
I feel like
we did everything we could, right?
kind of gets like way off topic.
Bro. Okay. Maintaining the status quo is critical. Secession is going to be on the ballot. I don't even believe this. Maybe I just need to research this more, but I don't believe that this is even true. The premier is bending over backwards to facilitate separation referendum. But it's not even on
But
the
also,
ballot yet. It
like,
just makes it more likely that it could get on the ballot.
who is an expert on this?
Dude, I don't
Like,
know.
who is going to be judging your round and being like, oh, yeah, I've heard about this. This is what I'm voting on.
Well, if they're tabula rasa judges, it doesn't matter, yeah. Um, okay, this is the link. This is some silly stuff. China is going to flood the market to stay competitive. Oh my God. I forgot about this. This is the worst card in this case. Okay. So what they're saying is if China stops extracting as many minerals, then what they're going to do is they're going to sell more minerals. Tell me how that makes sense for a second.
I mean, I wish I
Also,
could.
where in this does it say that? Exactly. China has historically weaponized its mineral dominance to increase prices. So that's the opposite. That's the opposite of flooding the market, right? So that's the first line. Seems to not be saying anything like the tag. And also seems to perhaps even turn the tag, right? Because as long as the status quo, which you are arguing for, continues, or wait, what is the argument? No, 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 no. China won't flood. Wait, okay, I'm very confused here. Let's just read this. Investors are hesitant to fund U.S. refining, blah, blah, blah. Okay, U.S. doesn't fill in. Chinese firms, even if extraction increases, Chinese firms could flood the market with minerals to drive down prices and make U.S. operations financially unsustainable. So I guess this is even if U.S. extraction increases, Chinese firms could use their massive amounts of extraction to flood the market with minerals. Right? That seems to require that they have a ton of extraction, right? Like if
I mean,
China,
it might be referring to their like 70%.
yes, but why wouldn't they do that on either? Like, why is this only
Why wouldn't
happening?
they be doing that now
Yeah, like what the heck's the link? Like, okay, the
when
top,
they have more at the moment? Like they
that's
have,
more that they can use to flood the market with.
yeah, if they have way more now than they would in this situation, why would they not be doing that right now?
Right. I guess the argument is when we vote pro, the US tries to get into the market, and to keep them out, China floods the market. But I feel like
Okay.
the US is going to try to get into the market either way. Like, isn't the US already trying to get in the market?
It
I'm confused
says
here.
it says after China's 2010 rare earth elements embargo, the United States, the European Union, and Japan filed a case against China at the WTO, ultimately forcing Beijing to remove export quotas by 2015. The United States also revived rare earth mineral processing, including efforts to reopen the Mountain Pass rare earth mine in California. In 2023, Washington intensified its friendshoring strategy by allocating additional resources to domestic mining and refining through the Department of Defense and Department of Energy budgets, while also strengthening supply chain partnerships with allies like Canada and
Okay, so
Australia.
number one, that would seem to non-unique the only link that they could have. Because the only thing I could imagine is their link is that when we vote pro, the US goes for RIMs.
Mhm.
And because they go for RIMs, China threatens the market with a flood. But this says they already went for RIMs. They're already going for RIMs.
Yeah.
Plus, it says it takes 10 to 20 years for them to do it. So, like,
Yeah.
that kills the argument right there. Also, I just want to note this. This is a little bit irrelevant to the argument, but it's very relevant to the other stuff we were talking about. This proves all the stuff I was talking about earlier, that one of the US mines, which opened after the export controls, sent 98% of its materials to China because the US didn't have any processing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, again, China has a monopsony. A monopsony is when it's the only buyer of rare earth minerals
Yeah.
because nobody else has the refining. Like, China's the only one
Wait,
who can
what's
use the.
happening with that 2% then?
I mean, maybe 2% of the other people have the refining. I don't know.
Okay.
But that seems negligible to me. Point is, China's still going to get the minerals one way or another, even if it's from the US. Like,
Yeah.
but again, that's more relevant to the other arguments than the Canada one.
Yeah.
Um, so, okay, if it's so challenging to expand US domestic mineral extraction and it takes 20 years to do it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera,
Then I don't know what the link could possibly be here. Like, okay, I guess there's more stuff at the bottom. China's dominance makes it difficult for the US to determine blah, blah, blah. Again, a bunch of stuff that seems to mean that China doesn't need to flood the market. It also would hurt China to flood the market, right? Because it undercuts prices, which it's the one that's dominating sales. So if China doesn't need to do it, why would they? I'm confused. Why is the pro at all cause China to do this? There's just nothing in the card that even remotely says that.
I also feel like just based on like character history, Xi Jinping's like way more nonchalant than that. Maybe not. Maybe that's just a overstatement, but
First response, terminal defecation thing is nonchalant. Their argument doesn't account. Interesting. Okay.
maybe not. Maybe not.
Rare earth mineral price drop kills oil demand. Again, I'm fairly certain that your evidence from before says that the price will rise, right? Remember the evidence that says that the last time China like threatened to cut off rare earth minerals, it spiked the prices by 1,000%.
Yeah.
So how are we getting a drop in rare earth mineral price? We're decreasing supply. When you decrease supply, price go up. What? Like, someone tell me how this makes any sense.
Wait, I just control F 1,000%. It didn't come
Oh,
up.
it's in here. It was in the other card that I said was really good. This one. Where was it? The five, yeah, right here.
Oh, I didn't add a comma.
Fair enough.
My bad.
But yeah, their own evidence says that the price will rise, which I guess would solve this, if anything, especially because, again, it's non-unique that the US is going to challenge them, which means that they have the ability, and I guess they would have the incentive to flood the market no matter what on current trajectory. So this is the only thing that solves question mark. Like, if anything, this would push more people to oil, right? Plus, China's extraction of oil would decrease, which would be great for Canadian oil, right? Like, that's part of natural resource extraction that China does in other countries, because that would decrease the supply of oil, which would then increase the price of oil, which Canada sells, specifically Albertans sell, which would then directly and immediately increase Albertans' profits. So I feel like there's so many turns to this argument. What the heck? And I don't think there's any link anywhere in these cards that you could possibly convince me of. Oil shocks, I don't know what EMP, empirically, I guess, fuel secession sentiment. But again, you're not linking into an oil
A young boy in a baseball jersey with the number 4 on it, holding a bat
Dude, that's
ready to
facts.
swing.
Why didn't they highlight that?
The rest of Canada can't understand why so many Albertans are dissatisfied.
I can't understand why Albertans are dissatisfied. I'm sorry, Albertans. All the Albertans. Can I get an Alberta? W Alberta in the chat.
Don't ever say that again.
Separatist sentiment remains strong. Yeah. Fueled by convictions that the federal government is intentionally strangling Albertan oil. So again, this would require not external shocks to oil, but internal shocks to
Sorry,
oil.
I could never judge because I'm over here being like
Yeah, you wouldn't be
straight
very
face
tabula
challenge.
rasa. Okay, well,
Is that
yeah,
it?
this is oil price crash, but oil prices would rise
Got it.
logically, independently. Okay, this is the
How are we
again
still going?
independently.
How do they read this in 4 minutes?
It's spreading. Independently, the supercharged the energy transition. China's rare.
God.
China's
Aneurysm.
rare earths present a risk. So again, this depends on China having less rims, just like every contention they've read depends on. So I mean, conclusion here, every argument we've seen so far assumes that the topic decreases the amount of minerals that China gets. But there are several reasons to doubt that assumption, and no cards that say that that is true. So I think I could make one response to this entire case, all three contentions, and that would shut all three down.
Wait, that's also not necessarily true.
What is not true?
Some of their stuff would also have to rely on the fact that China keeps producing. I mean, that they don't actually lose.
Well, right. They did have the double turn, which is that they also
Yeah.
said that they flood the market.
Yeah.
So I guess you've already disproven in some way some part of your case with your own case. Um, but still, like this link at least, and the other two contentions all rely on the assumption that China loses minerals on
You
net.
have to prove too many things almost. Like it's this case just takes a lot of legwork,
That's true. And I just think,
which is kind of
I mean,
annoying.
I think the bigger strategic flaw in the case is that a lot of the things depend on the same assumption, and that assumption is not proven,
Yeah.
which makes it very easy to respond, I think. Dependence hinders the energy transition. Why? Bro, this is the other thing that honestly makes me a little bit mad is that people substitute claims in cards for warrants. This card, as is, if I just read the highlighted words, it says China's Earths present risk, disturbance, and exports impact on segment of value chain, dependence hinder the energy transition, diversification, secure chains. First of all, that means nothing. Second of all, warrants? Hello? This is a series of assertions from an opinion piece. Yes, it's a PhD student. I know a lot of PhD students. Um, I would also disagree with them on a lot of their assertions that they give. Um,
But also, wait, wait, pause. We were talking about this before we started recording. Research. Research is really important. And I'm not gonna lie, you probably should not be citing something that's done by a PhD student.
that's probably true, low key. Like a lot of these are just like, I don't know.
Like, I'm not like no hate, but like I've done research myself and like I've seen other people do research. I've been with people while they're doing research and like, girl,
Okay, that said, this is like a better qualification than like 99% of other authors that PFers read.
that's scary. That's also scary. Like, I maybe one of your things could be like how to do research.
Yeah, I mean
And I would
that's
be
a future
happy to help you.
video, I think.
But the quality of sources is actually kind of atrocious and scary.
Yeah. This is something that a lot of people have talked about for a long time. Um,
Well, then why hasn't it changed?
well, okay. It hasn't changed because one, no one has a strategic incentive to call other people out for it. A, because they also read bad sources, so it's sort of mutually assured destruction. And B, because it takes longer to call someone out for having a bad source than to just read the source in the first place. And the reason why is because A, you don't know if they have another source waiting in the wings that they could just deploy that says the same thing. And so
Why
it's
would
sort
they
of
not just
a
use
game of
that
whack-a-mole.
first then?
Well, because I don't know,
Just
maybe
use your good source.
because they want to use the most exaggerating sources first, in case you don't call them out on it, which is very likely. Does that make sense?
They usually did.
But okay, but the thing is, it takes a long time. Like you have to go and read through everything, which takes a lot of time out
Or
of
you
your
just
prep.
control F. I don't know.
But still, like I don't know. Like try to do that in every card, right? Like it's going to take you like an hour to
No,
find
that's
a
fair.
problem with every single author.
No, that's totally fair. But sometimes you just see something that, or hear something rather, that just is like, where did you find that?
Yeah,
And then it's pretty worthwhile to just do a quick double check.
that's true. But okay, I think this is distracting from the bigger problem, to
Sorry.
be honest.
Sorry.
I couldn't care less about the qualification of this author. I don't think it's great. But the more important thing that I do have a huge grievance with is the fact that this card is just a series of assertions. It's just someone saying stuff without reasons, without any logic, without any evidence either. Like, this is not evidence, right? Someone who is educated saying things is not evidence. I can say things. I'm educated, believe it or not, and I can say a bunch of stuff that's wrong. Um, what you need is to have people to say things with reasons why those things are likely true, or with proof that those things are true. But neither of those exist in this card, right? Like it's just saying dependence may hinder the energy transition. Why? How do you know? Like there's nothing at all that's highlighted here that would tell you the answer to either of those questions. This is just a statement that is someone's opinion, right? And believe it or not, there are lots of educated people who are probably also PhD students who would disagree with this. And so, like, the point is that you need to have logic for arguments. Having a card is not substitute for having logic behind it. That's not to say that you need the logic always to be in the card. You could come up with the logic yourself. Like you could put something above this or below this that says, we think the reason this is true, or the reason this makes sense, this is intuitive, is probably because of this, for example. But there's nothing, like there's a complete absence of any even attempt at reasoning here. It's just a claim.
Man, we are both some Debbie Downers.
I
No, but it's true.
just think we got to go back to the basics. Like, what
It's
happened to
super
claim
true.
warrant impact?
It's super true.
Okay.
It's bad card.
Energy transition fries Canada's oil. Sure, that's probably true. Also probably inevitable, which makes this terminally non-unique, but who am I to say? Also just like, oh, such an easy impact turn. Such an easy impact turn. This argument says that oil is good and we should not transition to green technology. I disagree. I think that oil is bad and we should transition to green technology. And if I win impact defense, which seems very easy considering how bad these cards are and how implausible the scenario of Albertan secession is, it should be so easy for me to cook you on the impact turn. Like, this just concedes the con energy transition argument about green tech. Just straight up. And I just think, believe it or not, I think the risk of climate change is a greater extinction risk than the risk of Alberta running away from Canada. Maybe that's a hot take.
If Canada is divisible, so is Alberta.
Facts. What does that mean?
Why is it there? Does that mean that like Alberta could split up
Oh,
too?
wait. Actually, no. You're making a good point. Wait. Let's read this for a second. This might be more impact defense that's baked into the cards. If Quebec could break up Canada, then Canada could break up Quebec and keep Gatineau. Gatineau is a part of Quebec. Forgive me for the pronunciation. What does this imply? This implies if Alberta left Canada, Canada could bargain to keep the parts of Alberta that are important.
Yeah.
For example, the military bases. Also, who cares about the military bases in Alberta? Who cares? Actually, who cares? Why do we care about? Okay, Alberta is in the middle of I'm sorry, Albertans again. It's in the middle of nowhere. How does this possibly affect NATO commitments? Why don't they just invest more in the other military bases they still have after Alberta leaves? How does this cause
But also,
a
like,
war?
Alberta's not leaving, so it still doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh. Wait, this is crazy. They say it's going to spark a civil war. The U.S. Civil War was ultimately sparked by a disagreement over control of
Oh my
federal
God.
military
Guess
bases.
what? The planets are in the same alignment for 2026 that they were in the American Civil War.
Dude, that's probably going to cause the Canadian Civil War
1776.
if it is the same conditions, right?
2026, 1776.
Dude, I feel like you're cooking. That's low-key the same logic they're using is because it was
Oh my God, they should put that in there. Astrology. I mean, that's basically the same strength as the argument they have. So
I also just disagree with that historically. I feel like there were a lot of other more important causes of the US Civil War that we learned about that were not disagreement over the control of military bases. But actually, I do understand what they're saying here. So I actually was wrong about my interpretation of the argument originally. I apologize. The argument they're making is that Canada and Alberta, after Alberta leaves, would fight over control of the military bases in Alberta, which would cause a civil war in
I
Canada.
feel like the US Civil War also happened like over slavery.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I just don't think it's that deep in Canada. Like, I don't
Like,
think. Okay, Alberta
let's be
leaves.
real.
Do you think like
Sorry, I'm literally
Trudeau
crying.
is gonna be like,
What the fuck is going on?
yo, Alberta, we're gonna invade you to go
He's
take.
not the prime minister.
Who's the
He's
prime minister?
dating Katy Perry though.
Wait, who's the new guy?
Wait, I forget.
Dude, that's kind of embarrassing. I'm stuck in the past.
Um,
Someone
yeah.
fact check this guy. This is why you're in this video. I need
Mark Carney.
Carney.
Sorry,
Oh yeah,
Mark.
obviously. Bro, he's been the prime minister too for a while.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's embarrassing.
At least I'm caught up on pop culture though, of course.
Yeah, of
Sorry, I
course.
just clicked
No,
that.
you're good. Um, okay. So just to get this straight, Alberta leaves. Canada under Mark Carney. Mark Carney decides we're going to invade Alberta to go take control of the Cold Lake military base. For some reason.
Sorry.
And that's going to cause like a total civil war in Canada. Um, I'm sorry, I just don't believe you. Bro, the title of this article, Why Alberta Separatism is the dumbest political
If
movement.
I was a high schooler and I went on YouTube and to a post grad and a
Yeah,
college student were
no,
clowning
this is
my
embarrassing.
case, I think I would cry.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't want you to cry.
Don't cry, just take this out of your case.
I don't I think this argument is like okay. This argument gets an F, but if in another sense it also gets an A, I think. I think you should keep running this argument.
No,
Wait, just hear me out.
definitely not.
I think you should run this argument every single round because it will make the opponents laugh so hard that they won't be able to pay attention to any of your other arguments that you can sneak into the rest of the case. So what I would do is I would put this argument first.
It's like when Vera and I ran bees.
Exactly. Dude, it's a strat.
You know what? We had fun doing it too. So
I also
actually,
wait,
I kind of agree with you.
don't hate on bees though. Bees was just a true argument though.
It was also funny.
Yeah, that's true. Double whammy. This one's just
If you have fun running Alberta,
yeah, that's actually true.
keep doing
You
it.
should. That's probably the best advice in this whole video. And that's like completely unironic. You should debate however is
Yeah.
most fun for you. That said, this is a false
If
argument.
Al if Alberta makes you laugh, run Alberta.
Totally. If you're doing this and not laughing,
Don't
this
take it
out.
out.
Take this out. Okay, that ignites great power war, of course. Likelihood of conflict increasing. Adversary directly strike Canada from multiple vectors. What?
How do you read this straight face?
Wait, conflict between the United States. Wait, I'm confused. What is this saying? Canada. What?
Non-kinetic systems.
Man, I don't know.
Poseidon.
Canada, no rad. Dude, cut cards better, please, for my sake. Critical is an overcoming and deter threats. Bro, there's no way you just put and then skipped like 8 paragraphs to get to deter threats. That's crazy.
Great power war. Continuing to work through NORAD with
Okay, so
US
this whole
okay.
thing is about like
Rolling.
Canada-US partnership. I guess the implication is that Canada can't partner with the US when they're in a civil war.
Extinction again.
Although I'm not even sure that's true. Okay, yeah, extinction. Okay, if I'm going against this argument, I'm just reading like 8 pieces of defense that say Alberta secession doesn't happen, doesn't lead to civil war doesn't lead to breaking the alliance with America, and then I'll just say the military bases don't matter and Canada doesn't go after them. And also, war isn't that bad and is unlikely to cause extinction. Then I'm reading the climate change impact turn here, which you've conceded that there will be a green tech transition in the pro. And then I'm saying that is, I'm going to say that's inevitable, which means your war scenario is also inevitable. The only difference is that speeding it up is the difference between meeting the deadlines for climate change or not, which is additional terminal defense on the war scenario, plus an impact turn that does not get non-unique by that non-unique because it has a time frame window that it relies on. And then I'm saying climate change links harder into war because it links into war in all different theaters across the world. For example, resource wars, not just Canada, which is one extremely unlikely version of that scenario. And then I'm saying climate change independently outweighs and is more likely to cause extinction for a number of other reasons. Uh, and then I think I win. Um, I think that's GG. I don't know. I don't know how you recover from that. Like genuinely, I think this is a deeply unstrategic contention to run. All right, I'm gonna pause the recording. We can come back to this because I'm getting tired. Okay, Aid is gone temporarily, so I'm gonna try to get through this one really fast before she comes back because I think it takes way longer when we're together. This is the pro from Basis. Their first contention is sand. I think it's smart to call it sand because it's not really about sand. That's just what the first card is about, which is that it has now a super dredger for sand. Um, Dredging is indispensable in deep sea sand extraction. I have mixed feelings about this argument. Let's talk about the next card though, and then we'll combine them and see why I have mixed feelings. They say this causes military expansion within the South China Sea, affirming solves through stoppage of sand extraction. China's super dredger will be really powerful. Super island builder. So the argument is that it dredges up a bunch of sand. So it takes a bunch of sand from like the seafloor and it uses all of that sand to build artificial islands. On those artificial islands, it puts things like radars, it puts things like uh, missile defense systems and stuff like that, which expands its military presence out into the disputed waters of the South China Sea, which naturally will probably increase tensions, increase the possibility for miscalculation and military stuff, which is probably their impact. I guess also psychological warfare against Taiwan. Um, and it hosts its like fighter jets there as well. Um, cool. So I guess the argument is, I disagree. Okay, the main problem that I just thought of with this argument is that the link relies on international extraction of sand from other waters that are not in China. That's what it means for it to be international. If it's domestic, they can still get the sand from its own shores and then use those to still build the islands with the super dredger that it uses. So I wonder if this card talks about where the super dredger operates. South China Sea would be a bit too vague because China does have a legitimate claim to parts of the South China Sea. Um, so I guess the argument I would make is that either A, China already is doing this in its own territorial waters, which then is domestic and not international and therefore not changed by the topic, or it could just shift to doing this in its own domestic waters, then take the sand into international waters to build the islands, which then would still happen with or without the topic. Sand is one of the things that China has in its own domestic territory that doesn't seem to depend on international extraction, especially at the scale that China is doing it, which doesn't seem to be terribly crazy. Um, After all, I feel like most sand goes to things like concrete. Um, and the type of sand that you need to build artificial islands is also a different type, which therefore should be more abundant. So uh, I bet China would be able to do this with domestic extraction alone. China has the incentive to expand. Yes, that makes sense to me. I also, do they need sand to do this? Like, couldn't they just use a different building material that's not sand? Perhaps not though. I'm just sort of spitballing. This stuff makes sense. They also already have a bunch of islands. Like, I don't know what the bright line is here. Like, right, the argument they're making is that they slow down their building of more islands, but they already have like a ton of islands. So I don't know why this necessarily solves, especially if they're right that instability is very high in Squo. An influx in Chinese presence triggers inadvertent escalation, etc., etc. This is from 2017, way outdated. They've tipped this bright line over and over again since then. Plus, that was a time of unique tensions that have sort of changed somewhat since then. Blah 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 blah. Also, this is like vessels, right? Like, wait, I think this is non-unique then because the fishing vessel disputes, for example, are totally independent of the like. I understand their link is like sand islands to military presence to vessels, but that's not the only link to vessels. The vessels will be there either way because there's all these other fishing disputes that they have. Plus, they want to defend the sovereignty through the nine dash line anyway, which means this is probably terminally non-unique. Um, yeah. Draw on regional actors. Okay, sure. Um, conflict. Yeah, conflict's bad. Okay. Cool. That makes sense. I think South China Sea War is a good scenario ultimately. Um, I think it's smart. I just don't think it necessarily has to depend on artificial islands. I think there's other better links about how China is doing fishing too much in these other waters, which also links to the topic because fish are a natural resource, since they don't depend on humans to breed them. And also, I know that there's some things that China is doing in like drilling energy resources and parts of the South China Sea that don't belong to it, for example, around the Philippines, that could also lead to more conflict. So I think those are better links, perhaps. Second contention, she's coming. Deep sea mining. Competition is heating up, similar to the previous argument. US and China, Cook Islands, Pacific Islands. Plans key to establish global moratorium. Let's see. Okay, it is back. This is the pro. So same team, other side. They're saying we should reduce extraction.
Okay.
This argument is about deep sea mining, and it's in the Pacific Islands. So it says both the US and China are exploring like deep sea mining in the Pacific Islands. This is the second contention. I already did sand when you were gone,
Okay.
which wasn't really about sand, by the way.
Yeah.
It kind of was about sand. Um, oh, wait, also, by the way, there are some great cards about sand that say that China is using like 80% artificial sand now that it doesn't need extraction for, which would imply that you don't need to extract anything to still build the sand islands, which would be another non-unique. But okay, deep sea mining. There's competition. So the US and China both want to be the first at the bottom of the sea in the Pacific because it has a bunch of like stuff, I guess. The Cook Islands in particular has the largest ocean territories, and it has a lot of exploration potential in the seabed resources. But it currently prohibits seabed mining, but its government has been exploring blah, 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 blah. Trump signed an executive order to ramp up deep sea mining. Beijing signed a deal with the Cook Islands. Whoa. The Clarion Clipperton Zone. Do you know the Clarion Clipperton Zone?
No, I actually don't.
Damn.
Which is
Fake
funny because
fan.
I just took a whole class on the Pacific Islands.
Damn. Fake fan. Maybe you
Interesting.
didn't really learn that much.
It was like mostly focused on Papua New Guinea, actually, because that's where most of my professors did their field work.
Interesting. Bro, again, the plan. Get this out of here, please. Is key to so the pro establishes a global moratorium. What? Why? The pro just says that China stops extraction. Why does that establish a global moratorium on all deep sea mining? What? Okay, let's read this. China must confront growing global calls for a moratorium on deep sea mining. Um, question. Why does China stopping deep sea mining, and really not stopping all of it, stopping some of it, right? Because the resolution doesn't say all. Why does China stopping some deep sea mining cause all other countries to stop deep sea mining? Because that seems to be their argument.
It doesn't, but what other countries are deep sea mining in the Cook Islands?
Like the US is apparently trying to.
Okay.
I think Cook Islands is an example instead of like the whole argument.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Countries, if more countries follow the US lead in issuing
Okay,
national
I think if
licenses.
China stopped, wouldn't other countries just increase?
Right? Yeah, that's kind of my intuition. It's the same as before, right? Because like you get less supply but more demand, or the same amount of demand.
Yeah.
If more countries follow the US lead in issuing national licenses, the result could be a weakening global oversight mechanisms and a race to the bottom and regulatory standards. So again, this seems like something that is not solved by the resolution, right? The US and other countries are doing a bunch of deep sea mining in a race to the bottom. That's kind of funny. Literally a race to the bottom of the sea. Um, so how does China solve this exactly? Even amid strategic rivalry, the deep seabed represents an area where shared interests, legal certainty, blah, 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 and avoidance of conflict may still foster common ground. So this is their solvency. I guess, I mean, this is not in the card by any means, but I guess the argument is if China stops its deep sea mining, then it has no reason not to try to stop other countries' deep sea mining.
I
If that
don't
makes
think they
sense.
would though.
I mean, they would try, maybe.
Why?
Like, okay, right now, China doesn't want to advocate for a global moratorium on deep sea mining because it is doing deep sea mining. So
Mhm.
it doesn't want to, get everyone to stop because that would have to include itself if it's a
Right.
global moratorium. But if China stops doing deep sea mining, then they lose this disincentive and they perhaps have other incentives like these ones and highlighted that like there's like some avoidance of conflict, I guess. Wait, but even still, that's actually not a reason for a moratorium, right? If anything, legal certainty and avoidance of conflict, those seem to be regulating deep sea mining instead of preventing deep sea mining.
I also think may still foster common ground
Yeah,
is like
pretty
very
weak.
unconvincing.
Right. Especially given this, right? Like it seems like there's such an overriding incentive of other countries to do this race to the bottom economically. And like, since when has the US listened to China when China's like, hey, US, pretty please, would you stop doing deep sea mining? We stopped doing it, so please could you also stop doing it? And this article says that if the US doesn't stop, then it's likely that other countries follow the US's example. So their solvency depends on China being able to sway the US into adopting a global moratorium, which just seems entirely
It also
impossible.
says the US, despite having a well-established regulatory framework for environmental protections, has not put forward a coherent
Yeah.
environmental strategy alongside its licensing announcement, raising concerns that its approach may prioritize resource access over long-term sustainability.
Right.
So that I feel like adds to the fact that like the US is not gonna agree to
Right.
anything that
Right.
China tries to like push,
Yeah,
if they
exactly.
even try to push anything.
So like, yes, civil society pressure is mounting. Obviously that's not enough. Otherwise, you non-unique the argument anyway. And so I don't see why. So if it's not enough, it's probably because it's extremely weak. So that doesn't really do anything. So the only argument they can have is that China, by stopping, somehow pressures the US. That's not going to happen.
But I also, if I was still in PF and I saw this, I would probably go cut cards about how the
Mhm.
US is rolling back environmental protection,
Yeah, yeah,
like in
yeah.
the Arctic.
Right. And that's definitely true.
Yeah.
And also,
I'd be like, they're not concerned about this at all.
right. And there's probably plenty of other examples of when like other countries, including China, have tried to get the US to stop something and the US said no.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's like every single example says that. Okay. Um, Pro will get China to relinquish their monopoly, lowering US mining pressures. Ah, okay. So this is their solvency in reality. So the argument they're making is that the US is only doing deep sea mining because China's doing deep sea mining. That seems suspicious.
What?
That seems suspicious to me. I don't know. I think that China doing deep sea mining certainly probably accelerates US deep sea mining because there's like a competition. But I don't know that it is the root cause of US deep sea mining. Like US deep sea mining is because the US wants minerals.
I also think that like US deep sea mining is like one of the only ways that we can like get minerals because we don't
Right.
really
Yeah,
have
yeah.
mines, that many
Right.
mines like on US soil.
And wait, surprise, surprise, the argument falls into the same trap as the con arguments did, which is that it assumes that China no longer dominates global rare earth production. Because the argument here, which is the last thing they highlight, somehow, I didn't really see a warrant in this card, says that China dominates 60% of global rare earth production and controls significant seabed mineral deposits. The US administration contends that this dominance is a justification for deep sea mining for national security. But the dominance will happen on both sides because China has a monopsony. Like we talked about earlier, they have a refining monopoly.
Yeah.
Which means that the US is going to have this justification on both sides. But also, a justification, really, like this is the weakest link you could have because the US administration is obviously going to find a justification elsewhere, even if this one disappears. At the end of the day, it still has an incentive to do deep sea mining, which is economic. It's, political as well. There are deep sea mining companies that probably are lobbying for different politicians, for example. Um, Same reason why lots of politicians have been pressured into things like relaxing restrictions on oil drilling. Of course, they will cite China as one of the reasons, and they probably will continue doing that even under the world of the pro. But they have plenty of other reasons underlying this that they would continue doing this anyway. So I don't really know. I don't really know why this I don't know. I don't even know what this gets you though. What is the impact? Otherwise, Unilateral violation of UNCLOS, this is the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, it was a topic that I debated back in the day, ensures deep sea mining will result in armed conflict. What? Really? I don't think that's true. Trump's executive order greenlighting deep sea mining is in direct violation of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Will almost certainly unleash a lawless gold rush among major powers. Likelihood of military conflict. What?
Increasing the likelihood of military conflict in
Mhm.
in the coming years.
Wait. This is something different, right? Wait.
Specifically, Trump has given companies the go-ahead to start deep sea mining beyond the United States exclusive economic zone. Doing so is a direct violation of the
Ah, I see.
UNCLOS, a set of compromises that were painfully negotiated with the express purpose of preventing wars over ocean resources.
I see. Interesting. Um,
The geopolitical risks are no less
so
worrying.
two big problems I see with this. The first one, once again, where the heck is the warrant? I don't know why deep sea mining causes military conflict. I feel like I could just as easily give reasons why it prevents military conflict. Like, I don't know, countries feel more satisfied with the resources they're getting in the deep sea, which means that they alleviate the pressures to get resources elsewhere, for example, from invading other countries. There are probably a lot of warrants we could give on both sides. Point is, you need a warrant, right? Like, this is not a given. This
I
is
feel
just,
like if anything, this is an argument that I would use on the con.
why do you say that?
Well, wouldn't I just be like, hey, we shouldn't pull out because it's going to start a war for violation?
So the argument they're making is China does deep sea mining, which
Yeah.
causes the US to do deep sea mining. US deep sea mining causes war. If we stop China deep sea mining, we stop US deep sea mining, which stops war.
Oh, I
But I
got
just think
confused.
every step of that
Because
is
this is the
wrong.
confusing argument.
Um,
No, I'm just annoyed. Um,
I don't know. Like, I don't think there's a warrant for this. And I think it could be the
I
opposite.
also think there would be more press on this if it actually was going to lead to a war.
That's probably true. Um, I think there's a good link turn that we could give. Like, I think what you were saying earlier is probably the best response, which is like China pulling out increases deep sea mining. Because there are now, for example, like the first card they read said that the US and China are competing over the deep sea bed of the Cook Islands. So that implies if China doesn't do it, then the US will do it there.
Yeah,
Like there's like a zero sum trade-off between them.
yeah.
And I think that the US has this justification for rare earth minerals no matter what. Even in fact, I would even say they would spin the narrative, right? If it is true that China's rare earth mineral dominance decreases, which has never been proven or warranted in the round, if that's true, then the Trump administration just says now is the time to strike while they're becoming vulnerable, right? They're finally giving up some of their dominance, so we need to push that further by going and doing more deep sea mining to now take our decisive victory over them in rare earth mining. Like the justification just shifts. I don't know. I don't think there's a link in this argument. It's a direct result of militarization of deep sea mining and geopolitical flashpoints. Um, sure. I guess this is an attempt at warranting the previous claim about war, um, which perhaps is slightly better, but still, even this does not really have a warrant. DSM invest in defense, usher in militarization, become flashpoint of geopolitical brinkmanship. Like, if there's ever, a prime example of a claim without a warrant, this seems like it's it. It's just one sentence that doesn't have any because or anything like that. And resource disputes escalate to conflict. So maybe this is really the warrant. Deep sea mining becomes more prevalent. It's likely that geopolitical conflicts will arise over the extant issues like territorial boundaries, resource rights, and environmental regulation. Um, True, that makes sense. Um, I'm wondering what the solvency is actually now, because I don't think like there are several countries that don't follow UNCLOS, including China, regardless of deep sea mining. For example, with the nine dash line. I'm wondering why the US is the tipping point. There are plenty of other countries that will still probably do deep sea mining, whether or not the US does. Perhaps they just go for a scalar link. I don't know. I don't hate that. Missions and flashpoints like the Clarion Clipperton Zone could be misinterpreted, causing escalation. Um, nah, that's fine, I guess. If China were to send vessels. Wait,
Hmm.
I don't know about this one. It says if China were to send vessels to the Clarion Clipperton Zone under the guise of deep sea mining, it would be difficult to determine whether they were solely commercial. Um, Couldn't that mean that they don't have to do deep sea mining? They could just pretend to be doing deep sea mining. Like the topic only actually decreases real deep sea mining, right? So
Yeah.
the topic doesn't necessarily decrease fake deep sea mining, but maybe they can't get away with it as much. I'm actually kind of fine with this. And then extinction. Okay. I think I've already aired my grievances about this argument. Do you want to go to AI?
Yeah.
Okay. AI race, China's advantage in REMs will cement dominance. Again, every argument assumes that they lose their advantage in rare earth minerals, but they don't. We've been over that a million times already. Um, China is nanoseconds behind, blah, 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 blah. Critical minerals, the backbone, sustained data
I
processing
don't even think they're nanoseconds behind. I think they're,
ahead.
yeah.
Wait, China holds a strategic advantage controlling 70% of the world's supply. Yeah. Wait, I thought 70% is in their borders. Can you look that up real quick? How much of rare earth minerals like deposits are inside of China's borders? Because I know that they control a lot of supply, but I wonder if that's adding together the mines that they have in other countries as well. Can we get a percent? 44 metric tons. Yeah, Inner Mongolia has a bunch that's inside of China. China holds the reserves. Oh, okay. There's a difference between the tapped reserves and untapped reserves. But out of all of the reserves, it looks like China holds like 35 to 50% ish. Um, 70% globally. Dominant production processing. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure that some of these statistics are from like within China's domestic markets. But again, the processing seems to non-unique this anyway. So not sure how they get around that.
60% of the, well,
60% of what produces though. The
yeah,
problem is
I
that
think
that
only
that could
like
add.
30% might be inside their borders.
Okay, okay. So I might have been wrong about my stat earlier. Oh well. As a result, China will win now. Analyst consensus. This is what you were saying. Sure. The brink is now.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
70% of global rare earth mining, but I don't think that's inside their borders.
yeah, that makes sense. I wonder how much of that is inside their borders. Because I bet it's most. I don't know. Extinction, superintelligence, unlock singularity. I mean, this just seems somewhat stock to me. My only real complaint with this, to be honest, is that I don't think China loses its edge on rare earth minerals when you vote pro. And so I don't think there's solvency for this, which is kind of the same complaint I've had with most of the links on this topic so far. Um, but yeah. And then I guess this card seems fine. Predictions, unlike human intelligence, machine intelligence has no limits. Blah, 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 blah. Actually, I am a bit confused here. Why does China winning? Actually, wait, yeah, there seems to be something missing here. Um, why does China winning cause AGI? This doesn't say anything about China. This doesn't say anything about China either. Well, we have this. Only American leadership is a realistic path to developing a non-proliferation regime. So it's the race itself. It's not necessarily China winning. But I feel like the race is still going to be tight. Question mark. Um, Interesting. I would be skeptical of that, to be honest. I think the easiest response is just like the US develops AGI without China. Um, all the same. And then there's not really a difference. Cobalt is key to advanced AI development through energy conductivity and performance variability. So cobalt is something that China needs from other countries. I just think it imports it instead, though. Um, or it doesn't get enough in either world because we need 10 times more than we currently have. I feel like that's an underrated response. I expect to see some people starting to make those responses that are like, we just don't have enough of this material on the planet to do this. Um, yeah, DRC produces a lot of cobalt. That makes sense. I still don't know why China has to be the one digging it up. Oh, this is their argument though. The plan, stop, makes the US the only option. So let's see. US doesn't offer viable alternatives to Chinese investments. The DRC wants an option. Um, Upon further reflection, I think this Cobalt link is actually pretty good, except for the fact that this evidence right here is just egregiously mistagged. The tag says that um, the plan, again, stop, the pro would make the US the only option, but the card does not say anything close to that. It says that the US does not offer any kind of credible, viable alternative to Chinese investments, which seems to be actively against the tag. Later, it says the US could try to stop further Chinese investments, but can't kick out existing ones. Obviously, the pro would solve that problem. But like nowhere, nowhere in this does it say that the US would be the option that they would pick instead of China, and much less that it's the only option. Like, why wouldn't the DRC pick any other option? Like Russia or the EU or any other country? I don't know. Seems kind of silly. Or,
I agree. I think there's also a lot of independent contractors
Mhm.
that I don't understand why it's not really talking about
No,
them.
absolutely. That's actually a great point because I feel
So,
like the independent contractors would also be most likely to sell to China, which then means China gets the cobalt all the same.
yeah.
I
And
don't know.
also to the DRC.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like not to go back to the Pacific Islands, but like when you think about a mine like the Octeti mine, like that's been a huge controversy. That's an independently owned mine. Like not
Okay.
everything is like owned by a country.
Right, right. That makes sense.
So
Yeah, I feel like most mines are probably independently owned,
yeah.
although people can fact check that. State-backed lending is necessary for economic feasibility and to maintain control. I guess the purpose of this card is to say like it's not viable for China to send in private companies that are not backed by the PRC, but I don't
So is this like going against what we just said?
know. I don't know. I don't know how it could. I don't really know what the purpose of this card is. Like obviously the resolution reduces state-backed financing of extraction programs. And this says that, I mean, this doesn't say very much at all, does it? Supported transition mineral operations, which are wholly Chinese owned to the DRC, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why this matters, actually. Um, Perhaps its uniqueness. Like, is this an explanation for why China dominates the DRC right now? Um, I don't really think this is too necessary. But maybe I'm just confused on the purpose of that card. But let's move on to the next case because we have spent
Hmm.
far too much time roasting this one team. Sorry that you were first in the alphabet.